Chapter 331. 250 years, starry levels. Udo's return and death are interludes in Eli's life. He then resumed his normal life. Eli usually explores new witchcraft, especially advanced elemental witchcraft. Over time, he was able to create a new elemental sorcery every few years. The quality is definitely not that high, but it basically covers the elemental sorcery. But maybe it's nothing to do. Eli began to record various aspects of what happened. In short, he resumed his diary. 4031 in the new calendar. This is the first year I lived in Mercury Island, and it was 4041 in the new calendar that I started writing a diary. The new calendar is 4045 years. This year, the expanded Marine Supervision Department expanded rapidly with the help of Nicola, and began to explore resources around the ocean and take inventory of the creatures here. In the end, they discovered a chrysotile mine not far from the ocean, which is a precious and rare metal with ductility and plasticity, and is often used in the production of large-scale witchcraft. I am also very interested. A large amount of chrysoprite ore was sent to Mercury Island, so I mobilized a large amount of resources, and based on the escape stone I had obtained, Chapter 203, once in the hands of the Orca staff, obtained, made an aircraft for himself, the peak of the third ring. Dylan also benefited from this, and a lot of ore was integrated into his body by him, and his strength finally reached the third ring. The new calendar is 4060 years. On the west coast, another new race has arrived, the Molly Snakeman, a sea creature with a slender head but a snake-like body. After they arrived, they directly wanted to invade here. That day, I experimented with a fireball technique I had recently created. The 100-meter high-concentration fireball fell into the ocean, and the 100-meter instantly turned into boundless steam. In the water mist, more than 300 people from the Molly Snake clan were burned to death, and even the surrounding sea water boiled within a few hours. Of this year, my true spirit power already has more than 2 units. The new calendar is 4075 years. The Marlin family has arrived, and there are 3 half-step true spirit level wizards in the family. Their speed is very fast, and like the previous tribes, they are cruel and murderous, which has affected the collection of marine resources in the Ministry of Resources. I experimented with my latest 4-ring witchcraft Thunder Sea. When the sea is covered with thunder, they have nowhere to go escape. This time, my blood curse finally broke through 0.5%. Of course, True Spirit already has 3 units. Time is getting faster and faster. When Eli reacted, he found that the time had come to 4298 years. 250 years have passed. In the wizard's tower, Eli sat by the window, looking at the endless sea level outside the wizard's tower, looking down, with a thick diary in his hand. 200 years is enough time to write a thick book even if you write it occasionally, and after that, even Eli may only write it every few years. 250 years. Eli opened the diary, filled with emotion. Skimming the front, Eli looked back. 4100 years. True Spirit 4 units, everything is fine. 4110. The Kowtow Murlocs of the Sea clan invaded, with a number of 10,000 and no True Spirit level. They were solved in a vortex funeral, and the curse reached 0.8%, and the distance to 1% was getting closer and closer. 4120. There are 5 units of True Spirit, and no sea tribe has invaded. 4130. It was the first time I saw this species of batfish invaded, and it was very novel, so I left a part of it to dissect and understand more about marine life. The blood curse has finally reached 1%. 4135. Jinji wrote to me, telling me that he became the head of a region of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce in the western regions, and the scope was as large as several west coasts. I was surprised, but happy for him. After all, I was still waiting to hold their thighs in the future. Hehe, wouldn't it be nice to say that? Anyway, no one would read the diary. Hope he gets better and better. 4140. Ginger wrote me again, telling me he was in a lot of trouble, and I wrote him back. At this time, there are 6 True Spirit units, and the curse is 1.2%. 4160. When the Sea Clan and the Demon Ray Clan arrived, there was a True Spirit, and I killed it. Unexpectedly, the curse went straight to 3%. It seems that I still underestimated these True Spirits of the Sea Clan. Really not bad. 4180 years. The sawtooth sharks of the Sea clan invaded, and they had no real spirits, so they killed them. 4190. A four-ringed flame dragon flew by. I didn't kill him, took a little blood, and let him go. 4220 years. 10 true spirit units, curse 4%. 4235. The Sea clan and the Sea Spider clan invaded, with a large number, no real spirits, killing, and cursing up to 5%. 4237. The giant turtles of the Sea clan invaded and killed them. 4245. The Moonlight Sea elves invaded and killed. 4260 years. The sea monkeys of the Sea clan invaded and killed them. Seeing this, Eli's browsing speed is getting faster and faster. After that, there will be a batch of invading races every few years, and in this process, Eli's true spirit accumulation is also increasing, and the power of the curse is also getting stronger and stronger. A few seconds later, Eli closed the diary and felt the true spirit of about 15 units in his body. According to the wizard's rules, this has already entered the level of stars. In the morning star stage, the MSI level is about 115 units of true spirit power, while the star level is about 1545, and the nebula is about 45-100 units. Of course, the growth rate in the later stage of this process will increase with the accumulation of true spirit units, but it is conceivable that the production gap at each level is even much larger than before. But at least he is already considered a star-level wizard. Compared with more than 200 years ago, he is more powerful. If it is a true spirit like Ghetto, he can easily kill him. The stars are not enough, at least Huiyu is needed to go to the central continent. Eli looked at the scenery outside the window, thinking. There must be many strong people in the central continent, so he has to be steady. And at this time, his bonus to sea creatures has reached 30%. Here, his safety and security are higher. So be it. Eli got up from the window and stretched. At this moment, there was a sudden crackling sound outside the door. Hearing the knock on the door, Eli turned his head and looked over in doubt, especially after sensing the person outside the door, he became even more puzzled. Come in. The door opened and Nikolai floated in. Nicholas, you haven't seen me for a long time, but you look good. Eli looked at him and greeted him. Yes, long time no see, sir. Nicholas lowered his head humbly. At this time, he is still at the limit of the third ring, but his breath is much better than before. So what happened? I need you to come to me. Eli asked. My lord, some things have happened on the west coast recently. Nicholas said in a deep way. Oh. A week ago, a true spirit-level warlock came to the west coast, and under his leadership, a new organization was quickly established, and he demanded the surrender of the Bloodline Tower. Nicholas said. Eli? Do you look down on people so much? Where is Alice? Why didn't she inform me of such an important matter? Eli looked at Nicholas. Alice was injured by that true spirit and fell into a coma. Nicholas sighed. What about the others? Eli frowned, he really didn't know this. My lord, you haven't shown up for more than 200 years. Nicholas looked at Eli and said. All right, I got it. Eli nodded, it's been too long since he showed up, he's been forgotten. He came to the window again, with the silver light in his eyes. In the silver light, his eyes crossed the space. After a few seconds, he saw a wizard tower and a strange warlock in the wizard tower. This is the true spirit he was looking for. AMSI level true spirit. It's time to show up. Thinking, he walked outside, and Nicholas behind him showed a happy expression. The adults are finally about to show up. Chapter 332. At this time, in a distant wizard's tower, Clement is working hard to circulate his blood, making it run continuously in his body, and the source of blood in his body is also improving little by little. This new blood circulation method is more suitable for us than the meditation method. He lamented that what he is now using is the cultivation method handed down from the latest central continent. The replacement method of the meditation method is more suitable for warlocks. This is the beginning of a new era, and this is the era of warlocks. He stood up slowly and walked towards the outside of the wizard tower. The place where he is located is a city. Not long ago, it belonged to the Tower of Blood, and now it is his territory. It's really a pity that a force that doesn't even have a true spirit occupies such a large area. As he walked all the way, people on the road looked at him with admiration. These were basically people who followed him these days. After all, he was a true spirit. At this time, a person not far away suddenly came to him. "My lord, the reply from the Bloodline Tower has arrived, and they rejected your request." Clement nodded, raised his head and said leisurely, "I expected the refusal, but it's a pity that they still don't understand what a true spirit is." He stretched, and a cruel smile appeared in his eyes. His eyes looked forward, and he saw a huge statue with a height of 7 or 8 meters on the largest square in the center of the city. The statue is made of stone, but it's obvious that the maker's benefits are superb, and it seems that this person is very energetic, and this person is wearing a warlock robe, a hood on his head, and a threaded staff in his right hand, looking at it confidently forward. At this time, there are still many flowers in front of the statue, which shows that the popularity of this statue is not low. He suddenly became interested, turned his head and asked the subordinates beside him, "Haman, who is this statue?" "Statue?" The warlock blinked, thought for a few seconds and said, "My lord, about this statue, if I remember correctly, it is almost 300 years old, and I have only been on the west coast for a few decades. How do I know this? But I heard this seems to be a very important person in the Bloodline Tower." The name is the warlock thought, but couldn't think of it, and the wrinkles on his face became more and more. Suddenly, at this time, a voice came from the side. "Herman." "That's right." Warlock suddenly realized, nodded his head hurriedly, and at the same time looked aside. It was a strange young man. Black hair and black eyes, wearing a grey warlock robe, holding a metal threaded staff in his hand. He has never seen this man before, but there is a strange sense of familiarity, as if he knew him somewhere. Suddenly, his body froze, and his whole body was icy cold, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured down. He finally remembered where he had seen it before. His body was stiff, his head stuck, and he looked towards the statue not far away, and then looked back at this person. It was exactly the same. He was roaring in his heart, feeling a little uneasy, but then his heart settled down. Beside him was Mr. Clement, the true spirit from the central continent. He turned his head and looked towards Lord Carryman. At this time, Lord Carryman was staring at the person who came. His face was full of solemnity, and there was faint cold sweat on his forehead. "Is it that you want the Tower of Blood?" Eli looked at this man with a smile on his face. Clement looked at Eli, his eyes full of caution. He couldn't see through the person who appeared suddenly, which meant that the person in front of him was at least a magician at the MSI level, or a higher level. Therefore, he was a little uncertain. He didn't know that there were such characters in the Bloodline Tower. "You seem a little nervous, but I think we need to talk. After all, the Bloodline Tower is my private property. It's not polite for you, especially if you hurt me." Eli's face was still relaxed smile, but the tone is unquestionable. "Okay." Clement nodded with difficulty. He understood that this time he was impulsive. So, the little brother named Haman just watched the two of them fly towards the sky, and then towards the distant mountains. He immediately ran to the sky and looked in the direction the two left. Then his mouth gradually opened wide, and the black pupils were shining brightly, and terrifying sound waves came from this side. He watched helplessly as the mountain closest to them turned into flat ground after a flash of light. He also heard a roar of a bear. If he remembered correctly, Clement's bloodline was a four-ringed earth demon bear. But the sound lasted only a few seconds before he heard a shrill scream, and then the sound disappeared without a trace. Nothing happened after that. Although it was very fast, neither the movement nor the sound was small. The warlocks of the third ring rose into the sky one after another, and even the city walls were full of their warlocks. Their eyes were full of curiosity, but their eyes widened when they looked at the raised mountain peaks. A magician came to Haman and asked him, "Haman, what happened?" Haman glanced at him and said, "Did you see that statue on the ground? Benzong is here. When it comes to statues, it is naturally the one in the center of the city. Warlocks are also stupid. Is the man of this statue still alive? Then what happened?" Warlock still asked doubtfully. "Master Carryman is fighting that man, and it looks like the battle should be over now," Haman said absent-mindedly, his eyes fixed on the distance. Hearing the scream just now, he felt a little uneasy. Soon, two figures appeared in the sky in the distance. His eyes lit up, and it was over. The others also saw it and opened their eyes wide. But when they saw clearly, everyone seemed to be choking. There were two figures in total, one was flying in the sky, and the other was held in the hand. Looking carefully, it was not Kliman. He looked extremely miserable at this time. Not only was most of his clothes torn, but his left arm was gone. Even fell into a coma. Watching this scene, Haman fell into the abyss directly. Your lord was beaten like this, doesn't it mean that this he-man is far superior to your lord? Except for him, everyone else was stunned watching this scene. No way, who the hell is this? My lord was beaten up like this. It's the people from the Bloodline Tower. They are so powerful. I said, how could they occupy such a large area? Ruined. And as Eli approached, everyone completely confirmed that the comatose person was Master Kliman, a true spirit-level warlock. Everyone felt cold. They understood that if Kliman failed, then they would definitely have no good results. Eat. I thought the Bloodline Tower was a sheep, but it was clearly a tiger. On the other side, Eli led Kliman into the city, and everyone dodged away. Prepare me a place, I want to talk to Kliman. Eli came all the way to Haman, said. Yes. Haman didn't dare to answer, he said immediately, looking at the adult who was dragged on the ground at this time, he couldn't help closing his eyes. Talk? I'm afraid it's a one-sided talk. Soon, everyone watched as Eli led Kliman into a wizard tower. An hour later, the door opened, and Eli walked out, followed by Kliman. At this moment, Kliman lowered his head and said nothing. You can arrange it, we have to go to the Tower of Bloodline next. Eli said to him. Kliman raised his head. At this time, both sides of the street were full of people who had taken refuge in him before, looking at the side of the wizard tower. His eyes were full of unwillingness, but he still looked at the crowd and said loudly, everyone, from today onwards, I will join the Tower of Blood. I will not interfere if you go. Of course, you can join the Tower of Blood. Everyone's thoughts. As soon as these words fell, the entire street was instantly quiet. Hundreds of people stared blankly at Kliman, as if they did not expect such a thing to happen. A few hours ago, they were ambitious and aimed to conquer the Bloodline Tower. A few hours later, their leader joined the Bloodline Tower. While not necessarily voluntary, it was also too soon. For a moment, everyone was speechless and just stared blankly at the two of them. It seems that your prestige is not bad. Eli turned to Kliman. My lord, stop joking. Kliman smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect that Eli was so strong that he was no match at all. So when the wizard tower, Eli asked him whether he would serve him for 1,000 years or die, he gave the answer readily. He wants to live. Then let's go. Alice was knocked unconscious by you, you have to apologize, and meet your future boss by the way. Eli smiled, and then flew into the sky. Yes. Kliman followed. Then, in the sight of everyone, the two flew in the direction of the Bloodline Tower. Leave everyone looking at each other in blank dismay. Chapter 333. At this time, the Tower of the Distant Bloodline. In a room, on a bed, Alice lay quietly on it with a pale face, while around him were warlocks one after another. There were about 20 of these warlocks, and each of them had an ugly face. Everyone, let's talk about how to do this. Master Alice fell into a coma, and Kliman gave an ultimatum. How should we deal with it? A warlock looked at Alice on the bed and asked worriedly. I think it's better to leave this matter to Lord Herman. It's just that the Lord hasn't shown up for hundreds of years, and he's not dead. An old warlock said. These high-level people are basically the existence of the third ring, so they naturally know about He-Man, so they dare to reject Kliman so resolutely. Their blood towers also have true spirits, but they just don't care about things. Victor is right, I'd better leave it to the Lord. I heard that Lord Nicholas has gone to see the Lord. A warlock nodded and said, and the others also echoed. No, I'm already here. Suddenly, a voice came, and everyone looked back, and the door of the room opened slowly. A man came out, and everyone stared at him blankly. Master Herman. Naturally, they would not fail to recognize Herman, even if they hadn't seen it, at least they had seen the statue. They all bowed their heads. Eli walked in, but then another person walked in, and everyone was upset when they saw it. Kliman. The warlocks' complexions changed drastically, and their faces were tense, looking at their latest serious trouble. You don't need to worry, I have already surrendered to Lord Herman. At this time, he had changed his clothes, but there were still some wounds on his face. It was only at this time that the three rings noticed that Kliman looked a little embarrassed, as if he had just been beaten, and one arm was missing. Yes, Clement will be a member of the Bloodline Tower from now on, you can relax a bit. Hiss. Everyone gasped and looked shocked. Didn't it mean that Master Nicholas just went to notify? That's it. Are the negotiations between the true spirits so hasty? But everyone looked at the wound on Clement's face and realized that this true spirit might have been subdued. Eli also came next to Alice. Looking at the person on the bed, Eli's eyes flickered with silver light, and he found that Alice was not seriously injured. It seemed that the power of the blood was blocked by a trace of the source of the blood, and the source was Clement beside him. At this time, Clement also stepped forward wisely, and said with an embarrassed expression, "My lord, I will come." He stretched out his hand, and then saw a smear of blood emerge from Alice's skin on the bed, and in the blink of an eye, a smear of blood was stripped out. And Alice also trembled slightly, slowly waking up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Eli. "Grown-ups. The others go out first, and Clement stays," Eli said to the others. Everyone left, leaving only 3 people in the room. Eli first explained Clement's current situation to Alice, and then gave some instructions. "If you encounter a strong enemy in the future, just leave it to Clement," Eli said to Alice. "After all, the Bloodline Tower will always encounter some problems in the future, so we can't always rely on him." "I understand, Master," Alice said to Eli while lying on the hospital bed. "I can help, as long as it's not too much." Clement also said, "No matter how he is also a true spirit." "Okay, then I'll leave it to you, and I'll go first," Eli said to the 2 of them. The matter was settled, and it was time for him to leave. Before leaving, Alice assured him, "Master, don't worry, as long as I'm still alive, I will take good care of the Bloodline Tower." "Okay." Eli smiled and left. 250 years later. Eli stood in front of Alice's tombstone with a complicated expression. Behind him, dozens of people wore black warlock robes, and Clement stood at the front. "My lord, I'm sorry." At this moment, a warlock came over and comforted me. "Yet." Eli nodded and glanced at him. "Hein, currently the Third Ring, is temporarily in charge of managing the Tower of Bloodlines. After all, Clement is a true spirit, so it is impossible for him to take up the position of Tower owner. He also needs to practice." "Forget it, Hein will leave it to you." Eli looked at him and said. Over the years, with Clement in charge, although the territory of the Tower of Bloodlines has not expanded much, the excavation and development of resources has been much stronger. The number is still the development of the bottom layer, and Clement seems to have accepted his fate, and has given a lot of good things. For example, the new bloodline training method. It was also from his mouth that Eli knew that the central continent had begun to abandon the idea of meditation, and the research was more suitable for warlocks. The traces of the wizard's existence are being gradually eliminated. Eli also took a look at the cultivation method. It is indeed faster to cultivate the blood. It is almost not as good as Eli's intermediate meditation method, but this is the most basic version. However, this also has a disadvantage, that is, it has almost no spiritual power. This has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that warlocks will practice faster in the future, but the disadvantage is that they hardly have the opportunity to use only witchcraft, and blood will be the only weapon they can use. From then on, warlocks and wizards have nothing to do with each other. Eli shook his head, feeling a little sad. But this is a good thing for him, at least his advantage is stronger. And what does this matter have to do with him, a true spirit on the west coast? Worrying about this is better than worrying about those races from the deep sea. Talking about it troubled him. As time goes by, the troubles in the deep sea seem to be getting bigger, and more races are running towards the sea. Although the west coast is not large, new races will come every few years. The most troublesome thing is that these races basically don't listen to persuasion. Anyway, they are predators, and they don't take the Bloodline Tower seriously at all. Eli can only kill them if they have no choice. Thanks to this, Eli's curse has reached 50% at this time. In addition, after 250 years of promotion, he has reached the final stage of Morning Star Wizard Nebula, with a total of 60 units of true spirit accumulation, plus his strength is far beyond ordinary warlocks, plus curse, even if it is a Huil level, he is not so cowardly, even if he can't beat and run, it's okay. When will there be a deep sea race that is strong enough, doesn't like fighting, and accepts my conditions? Eli sighed. At this time, the funeral was over, and Eli left after offering a flower. For him, he is still in the stage of struggling, and the immortal must not be afraid of loneliness, and it will not be too late to go to the central continent when he is strong enough. He felt that that day was coming soon, and Eli hadn't forgotten what was conceived in the beam of light in his body, so we had to wait until we figured it out. Deep sea race, deep sea race. I am not worried about this Eli, because he has predicted that a suitable race will come within 100 years. Chapter 334. 50 years later. Eli was in the wizard's tower, and suddenly seemed to sense something, and looked outside the wizard's tower. He felt it, that race was coming. Finally, I don't need to fight monsters every day. Eli breathed a sigh of relief. In the past 50 years, his curse has reached 60%. You must know that he does not specifically kill the sea race, but only when the unfriendly deep sea race arrives. It only takes a few years to make a shot, but it still accumulates to this level. Anyway, Eli finds it a little troublesome. After all, he used to experiment with witchcraft, but he was not so productive. He was a genius, not a mule. He quickly left the wizard tower and flew towards the direction he perceived. Eli's speed was very fast, and he soon saw the sea tribe. Be careful, he observed it first in the sky. It's okay if you don't observe, but you will be shocked when you observe. In the sea not far away, a team is advancing. The number is not large, only about 100, but every aura is at least at the level of the second ring, and the number of the third ring has reached half, but the most outrageous thing is that among the members of this team, all of them are wearing clothes made of leather armor made of metal and gems, and metal weapons in their hands. Weapons and leather armor are not something that ordinary sea people are capable of using, but if it is this race, maybe it is also possible. Eli's eyes were deep. At this time, the sea clan below is not a mermaid sea clan, but a mermaid. The mermaid and the mermaid are just reversed, but these are completely two races, one is the weak in status, and the other is the aristocrats among the sea clan. The sea royal family with a small number of ocean tails who surrendered to the wizard in the wizard era. These mermaids all have human bodies and fish tails. Of course they are different from humans. Their eyes are all dark blue, and there are two blue long fins on both sides of their heads. The color is also very dreamy. Even Eli is the first seeing such a wonderful race once. And I'm afraid this one is not an ordinary mermaid. Eli looked towards the center of the mermaid. A huge sea turtle exudes the breath of 3 rings, and above him, a huge open seat is built, and 2 mermaids are resting on the seat. A man and a woman, among them the mermaid is gorgeously dressed, her face is also extremely beautiful, her eyebrows are attractive, her skin is white and red, her upper body is mostly exposed, only 2 shells on her chest are covered, she has a different kind of beauty, but her breath is average, only at the level of the second ring, and the merman beside him is tall, with a firm face, and his aura is no worse than ordinary stars. But what's interesting is that the merman has a feeling of being headed by women. Moreover, Eli sensed the taste of long-lost fate in a woman, just like Jinji. Ivor, are we really going to run? On the seat, the mermaid sighed. Your Highness, with the death of the former Lord Sea King, the situation of our mermaid family is getting worse and worse. This time there are so many races besieging us, Your Highness has no choice but to send us away. The mermaid said to her. But rest assured, Your Highness, I will protect you. Okay. The Queen's eyes showed sadness. She understood many things, but she was still unwilling to accept them. My Lady Queen just needs to understand. Ivor the merman also sighed. But suddenly her expression changed. Has something happened to Ivor? Asked the Queen. This time Ivor didn't answer, but just looked up at the sky. In mid-air, a person flew towards them. As for the breath, it made him feel uneasy. At this time, everyone noticed Eli, and the mermaids below looked at the sky cautiously, even the Queen became cautious. Ivor is surrounded by water elements, engulfing him into the sky, and looking at Eli. Who are you? What is your purpose? He asked. This is my territory, I should ask you this question. Eli looked at them, and in the next second, he was full of momentum. The nebula-level aura erupted instantly, coupled with the blood curse, it approached Wizard Huyu. When this pressure hit, all the mermaids on the sea suddenly felt as if they were being crushed by the mountains, their faces were ugly, and they lost control. The Queen even lay down on the sea in large characters, her face terrified. At this time, Ivar's face was even more difficult to see the extreme. This was not at the same level as him. If this person in front of him wanted to do something to him, he might not even be able to resist it. My lord, I'm sorry for intruding into your territory by mistake, we'll leave now. Ivor apologized. No. Eli shook his head, looked at the woman on the turtle shell, and smiled, Queen of the Mermaid Clan, you don't want your race to have an accident here, do you? The words fell. Ivar's complexion changed, and the mermaid's complexion turned pale. Half an hour later. On the seat of the turtle shell, the mermaid queen and Ivor sat on one side, and Eli sat on the other. But at this time, the two fish looked strange, even a little surprised. Your Excellency Herman, you said that you can let us settle here and provide assistance, and even take action when necessary. We just need to help you stop the incoming sea tribe here and manage the sea tribe creatures here. Okay. The mermaid queen looked at Eli, she never expected that the story would develop like this. What did she think Eli was doing to her? But I didn't expect to negotiate terms with them. What is her lady queen thinking? Eli asked strangely. The queen blushed slightly. After a few seconds, she recovered and said to Eli, we need to discuss it. Okay. Eli nodded, and then flew into the sky, leaving space for the two of them. Ivor, do you think we want to agree? The queen asked Ivor, who was on the side. My lady queen, do we still have a choice? And you still have His Majesty's blood. Ivor said to her. Hearing this, the queen bowed her head, yeah, they had no other choice. She rubbed her belly. His Majesty's blood cannot be broken, and the mermaid royal family cannot be extinct. The future mermaid family needs her child, even if she has not been born yet. It's just that I'm worried that he will propose other conditions. Ivor, you hesitated. Then give it to him, no matter what it is. The queen gritted her teeth. She raised her head, looked towards the sky, and shouted, we have discussed it. In just an instant, Eli flew down from the sky. We agree to your terms. The queen said to Eli. Sorry, I suddenly remembered something. I might need one more thing. Eli looked at the mermaid queen with burning eyes. Greedy humans, I know it. The mermaid queen gritted her teeth, feeling Eli's gaze, her body trembling. This human really has thoughts about her. I can give it to you. She gritted her teeth and said, for the sake of the mermaids, she was willing to give everything. That's great. You are the queen. You should have knowledge about the beliefs of the mermaid clan. Give me a copy. Eli was surprised. The mermaid queen was instantly stunned. Believe in knowledge, you want this? The queen said loudly, her eyes widened. Otherwise, what do you think? Eli looked at her with a strange expression. A pregnant mermaid queen, Eli isn't all that freaky. And Eli's eyes were wandering, a life was conceived in the mermaid queen's belly, and the luck that Eli had observed before came from this. It's so interesting. Okay, I'll give it to you. At this moment, the queen felt ashamed to face people, and agreed with her head down. Compared with other things, the knowledge of faith is obviously not worth mentioning. Very good, I will let my subordinates arrange for you next time, I have another experiment, see you later. Eli said to them, and then quickly flew away. The two fish stared blankly at Eli leaving. At the same time, not far away, an undead flew towards them. My lords, I am Lord Herman's subordinate, and I will make arrangements for the rest. Nicholas said to the two of them. The mermaid queen and Ivor looked at each other in blank dismay. What kind of person is a human being who has undead minions and wants to accept them from the Sea Clan? Is this a warlock? Can't figure it out. A few seconds later, the mermaid queen nodded to Nicholas and said, then please lead the way. They come, the security. Maybe accepting Eli's asylum is not a bad thing for them. Chapter 335. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The Sea Clan and Mermaid Clan finally settled down on the west coast. Eli arranged them not very close to the west coast. One is to facilitate their survival, and the other is to reduce troubles. After all, they are Sea Clan, and it is impossible to live in harmony with humans. And Eli of the Marine Inspectorate also said hello, so the matter has settled down like this. And within a month, Eli also learned about the story of the Mermaid Queen and the others, and realized that the big man with the sixth ring who died 500 years ago was actually from the Mermaid Clan, and the death of that character directly led to the Mermaid Clan's death. The situation is so miserable that even the Queen has to leave. The deep sea cannot go back in a short time, unless their Majesty can solve everything. Eli thinks it is unlikely. After all, what is gained by force will be lost by the disappearance of force. But this has little to do with Eli, he is more concerned about the belief knowledge of the mermaid clan. Hundreds of years ago, he had obtained the ritual statue of the mermaid from the ocean, but he hadn't researched anything until now. I didn't expect that the mermaid clan would directly deliver it to my door now. Cool. Just yesterday, the mermaid queen had arranged everything and sent it to Eli. Let me have a look. Eli bowed his head and took out a blue gemstone, which is the heritage of the mermaid clan. His consciousness sneaked into it, and a large amount of information entered Eli's brain instantly, including a lot of history of the mermaid clan and other things. The inheritance lasted for an entire afternoon. In the wizard's tower, Eli opened his eyes, and his eyes were full of surprises. So this is Eli finally grasped the initial understanding of the system. Unlike his current knowledge, belief is mainly related to the connection of spiritual power, mainly to establish a connection between oneself and an item, and then connect itself through this. This is also the reason why the mermaids use sacrificial statues. But what can I contact? Eli was lost in thought, but then his eyes lit up. He remembered. Isn't the statues in the West Coast cities the best connection? And maybe a lot of faith has already been placed on it. Learn first, then try. Eli smiled, and immediately returned to the room. He was about to start the study mode. A month passed in the blink of an eye. In a room, Eli sat on the ground, and his consciousness began to diverge. First I have to contact the statue. Eli sensed, trying to contact his own statue. This is very difficult, after all, he has not established a connection with those statues before, but fortunately, some kind of mystical connection still exists. Eli's consciousness gradually sank into nothingness, surrounded by endless darkness. Time passed little by little, and suddenly, an incomparably bright light appeared in the darkness. I sense it. In the darkness, Eli was delighted. Then, lights appeared one after another, which Eli was familiar with. This is the distribution of cities on the West Coast, because every city has a statue of Eli. And some light spots overlap, that's because there may be several statues in a city. The next step is to try to attract them. Eli closed his eyes, trying to attract the light spot to himself. A few hours later, the first dot of light trembled slightly, as if attracted by something, and flew towards Eli, followed by more dots of light. Getting closer and closer to Eli. Eli closed his eyes. What Eli didn't know was, just as he was trying to attract faith, the West Coast was in a turmoil at this time. That's when Eli made contact with the first statue. Roja City. This is a fringe city on the West Coast, but in the center there is a statue more than 10 meters high, which was built by Eli hundreds of years ago when he saved them. But suddenly, someone stopped and looked towards the statue. At this moment, the statue is emitting a soft light, covering the whole statue like a god. What is this? A mortal knelt down on the ground, staring blankly at this scene. Others also bowed down. The warlocks watched this scene cautiously, not understanding what happened. Because this somewhat challenges their thinking as warlocks. Warlocks can't do such a thing. Is it a miracle? Everyone was sluggish and didn't know what to do. Of course, he was clever enough to report immediately, but what he didn't know was that the whole West Coast was the same. Every city stares blankly at the glowing Herman statue, wondering what to do. No one dared to move, after all, it was a statue of a real spirit. They thought that the light should only last for a while, but soon, they found out that they were wrong. Half an hour later, starting with Roja City, light spots appeared from the statue, and then flew towards the outside of Chechen City. A warlock immediately followed. Soon, he discovered that the light spots were converging towards the ocean, and when he turned his head, hundreds of torrents of light spots were converging towards this side over the West Coast, turning into a huge stream of light spots, as if lying across the sky. Galaxy. What the hell is this? At this time, there are already many people on the coast, and they all look at each other in blank dismay. Hey? This direction seems to be Mercury Island, Lord Herman seems to live there. Suddenly someone said. The eyes of the others also brightened. If Lord Herman did it, then it would be much more reasonable. After all, that is Master Herman, so it is not surprising to do anything. However, this scene still shocked everyone, after all, it was indeed beyond their knowledge. In short, it's not a warlock. Is it Lord Herman? That's all right. In the Tower of Blood, the new tower master Hein put down the report and breathed a sigh of relief. He was still worried about what happened. Since he was an adult, he could feel at ease. And the four-ringed true spirit Kliman not far away was also very confused as he watched the light spots flying away in the distance. He can't understand what this is. West Coast Coast. The new mermaid territory. In the newly built mermaid palace, the mermaid queen and Ivor looked at each other with surprise. The power of faith was really mastered by that human being. That human is more intelligent than I thought, and more trustworthy. The mermaid queen gritted her teeth. Look at the torrent of faith in the sky that day. What is this person doing to have so much faith? Could it be that all the humans on the west coast believe in him? I don't know if this is a good thing, but no one took this away in the wizarding era. The mermaid queen sighed. Their mermaid clan was once a member of the wizard council. My lady queen, although the belief system has spread, it at least shows that this person is not a bad person. Ivor comforted me. That's true. An inexplicable brilliance flashed in the mermaid queen's eyes. That treacherous human being is actually a good person? It's outrageous. Chapter 336. The other side. Around Mercury Island. Thousands of light spots gathered around Mercury Island, emitting a soft light. On the mountain of Mercury Island, Hydra's huge body was wrapped around the mountain of the island, and the three heads slowly lifted up, making a hissing sound. Silly snake, don't bark. On the side of the mountain, the dog General Dylan said. Hydra was even more dissatisfied and glared at Dylan. What is this? According to my database, it seems to be a bit like the power of faith of the Sea Clan. This Eli can do it. Dylan ignored it and just looked at the light of faith in the sky. At this time, the light spots also changed. In his line of sight, countless light spots flew towards the wizard tower in the center of Mercury Island, and then flew into it. Seeing this scene, Hydra was about to fly into the sky, but was stopped by Dylan. Your master is gathering faith. After saying this, Hydra stopped, but his eyes were full of doubts. Obviously he didn't understand, but he also understood that this is not harmful to the master. Figured this out, Hydra closed his eyes again. Since it's all right, let's sleep. At this time, inside the wizard tower, Eli was also stunned. At this time, countless light spots of faith gathered around him, filling the entire room. Is this the accumulation of belief in me on the west coast for nearly 1,000 years? Feeling this amount, Eli was also a little shocked. It seems that Waiwaika's unintentional actions back then brought him benefits instead. What are you going to do next? At this point, Eli didn't know what to do, but he felt that the surrounding lights seemed to have an inexplicable attraction to him, and he seemed to understand. The next second, Eli let go of his consciousness, and the next second, all the light spots rushed towards Eli, covering Eli completely in an instant, and the room fell into silence for a while. The spots of light wrapped around Eli like a silkworm chrysalis, and he absorbed the power of faith bit by bit. Time blinks past 5 days. At this time, the light spots are almost non-existent, but Eli still has his eyes closed, but he can see that a diamond-like mark has appeared on his right forearm, and inside is a bright golden color, an imprint is filled. Eli slowly opened his eyes, looking at the mark on his arm. He couldn't help but feel happy. This time his gains were really great. He called the imprint of faith on his arm, which was condensed by the power of faith and had many functions. It is mainly an auxiliary function. It can not only increase Eli's meditation speed and speed up cultivation, but also has a repairing effect. Consuming the power of faith in it can restore injuries and even resist fatal injuries. Of course, increasing the meditation speed also needs to consume faith. But it is undeniable that this is still a good thing. This harvest is much bigger than expected. Eli was shocked. The addition of the belief system is even more powerful for him, and it can even be said to give him an extra whole card, which gives him a lot of information to go to the central continent. Get comfortable and go for a walk. As soon as he went out, he saw Dylan approaching. Congratulations, sir. Dylan congratulated. Then when are we going to the central continent? He asked again. Don't worry, hurry up. Eli said with a smile. All right. Dylan left disappointed again. Not long after Eli came out, another visitor had arrived. Congratulations, my lord. It seems that the power of faith is still useful to my lord. The mermaid queen came to visit. It's really useful, and I have to thank you for this. Eli nodded. Then he looked at the mermaid queen's belly, and her cheeks were slightly red. When will it be produced? Eli asked curiously. The mermaid queen was shocked. It turned out that he had already seen it. It should be about 3 years later. The mermaid queen lowered her head and said, "The mermaid family has a long time to reproduce, not to mention the blood of His Majesty the mermaid in the body." Okay. Eli nodded. He was just curious as to what was so special about this new son of luck. Of course, if given the chance, he is willing to try to contact or even subdue him. During the last period of his time in the Zihai case, he was doing something meaningful. Soon, the visiting mermaid queen left. As for Eli, he returned to the wizard's tower and began to experiment with the addition of the mark of faith to him. Meditation begins, faith slowly consumed. An hour later, Eli opened his eyes in shock. Double. It was twice as fast. Of course, this is the fastest situation, and the consumption of the power of faith is also extremely fast. But Eli estimates that if he doesn't do anything else, he should be able to maintain the blessing of 0.5 times the power of faith. This is because there are always supplements from the Zihai case, which shows that people on the West Coast have always believed in him. It seems that this system is much more powerful than I thought. Eli sighed a little. But then a question arose, why didn't the wizarding world use this? After all, this is not a small supplement to the wizard. He guessed that this should be related to historical reasons. After all, the Sea clan used to be the closest allies of wizards. Of course, there may be another problem, that is, wizards have not yet realized the benefits of this system to them. Those above the true spirit didn't notice it. Most of them have formed a system and don't pay too much attention to these. Eli picked it up. A treasure under your nose. Eli's mouth twitched. But really cool. Even Eli had to admit that, in terms of auxiliary effects, the current body of belief is indeed very strong in supplementing him. I'm afraid his departure from the West Coast is coming sooner. 3 years later in the blink of an eye. 3 years later, Eli was soaring in the sky, while the seabed below was the territory of the mermaid clan. At this time, in the largest palace, a childbirth was going on. Although the distance was far away, Eli could faintly hear the painful voice of the mermaid queen. With the last loud cry, Eli felt a life was born. At the same time, in Eli's field of vision, in the surrounding void, countless powers of destiny gathered towards this side, more precisely, towards life. That's not all. At this moment, Eli can feel that almost all the fish on the west coast have raised their heads and looked towards this side, exuding a feeling of intimacy. This mermaid child has the talent to make the sea people get close. Eli blinked, a little surprised. We must know that apart from intelligent races, there are not a few powerful creatures without full intelligence in the Sea clan. Such mermaids may cause changes in the Sea clan. So this is luck? It's terrifying. Eli sighed. But he is not envious either. Because as the saying goes, the more you gain, the more you lose. Although this baby has been favored by fate, there will definitely be no fewer crises in the future, and if it fails once, it may die. Fate is fair. And with the attraction of luck, 3 breaths appeared on the sea in the distance. A giant tortoise, a sea lion-like creature, and a giant sea snake. The breaths are all good, and they are all close to the level of stars. Get out! Eli just glanced at it, and a huge momentum erupted instantly. The giant tortoise and the sea lion turned their heads and ran away, but the sea snake rushed over without any scruples. A minute later, a huge sea snake lay on the surface of the sea, and the surrounding water was dyed red, and Eli's blood curse increased from 65% to 68%. Eli calls for Hydra to add food. As for him, he flew towards the surface of the sea. The sea water was directly separated, and Eli was heading towards the underwater palace. At this time, Ivor was guarding the door in front of the palace. Ivor, thank you, sir. Ivor thanked. He didn't expect that there would be such a big movement in a childbirth. Fortunately, Eli was there, otherwise he could block the 2 with 1, but it would be terrible for the queen, which he didn't want to see. Contract. Eli just smiled and looked inside. Master Eli, come in. The mermaid queen's voice came from inside, but the voice was very weak. Eli smiled and walked in. Ivor followed behind, muttering about the contract. He felt that Eli was not like a warlock, but rather like that group of wizards. They always liked to talk about contracts and equivalent exchanges. Soon, Eli saw the mermaid queen, who was lying on a huge shell bed, looking extremely weak, and beside her was a mermaid baby, which seemed to be a little girl. But what is surprising is that the mermaid baby exudes a soft aura. This is not attractive to humans, but it attracts the sea people, and this is the reason why it attracts those 4-ring level sea people. Master Eli, look at this. The mermaid queen also showed worry on her face at this time. It's good that her daughters are less ordinary, but it's not a good thing for them. This is the talent of your daughter. It's just that she is still young and can't control it. It should be fine when she is an adult. Eli took a look and said directly. That's great. The mermaid queen's eyes lit up, but then she became worried again. The mermaid race is a famous long-lived race of the Sea Clan, and the juvenile period is also 500 years. If you can't solve it, you can send her to me, and I can help suppress this aura and help her get through this time. Eli pushed the boat along. It is not difficult for him, and it is considered an investment, and he is also curious why she has the characteristics of being close to the Sea Clan. Would this be too much trouble for your lord? The mermaid queen gritted her teeth, a little embarrassed. She confirmed at this moment that Eli is really a good person. The way she looked at Eli also changed. She was a little wary in the past, but now she is a little closer. No, this is also part of the contract. Eli came to the bed with a smile. Looking at the mermaid baby, he asked, "What's the name?" Lola. The mermaid queen said. She looked at Eli and her daughter with emotion. If nothing happened, it should have been his husband here, but now he has turned into a human being. Is this fate? And it might make up for something missing in the kid, even if Eli is just human. Father love? Ba ba ba. The mermaid queen blushed again. If this is fatherly love, then what is she? Then it's done, I'll leave first. Eli glanced at the mermaid queen and turned to leave. You blush with a bubble teapot. But there is one thing to say, the mermaid queen does have a lot of capital. Maybe some stories can happen. Chapter 337. Herman, you are too slow. Surrounding Mercury Island, the waves were churning. Between the waves, Eli stepped on a skateboard and walked between the waves. On the side, a mermaid girl looked at Eli among the waves and said loudly. Lola, you are too fast. Eli smiled. At this time, Lola was already in her teens, but she was still very young among mermaids, just like a child, but Lola perfectly inherited the qualities of a mermaid queen, and she was very beautiful. She has long sky blue hair, eyes like sapphires, and fair skin. The upper body is still wearing gems inlaid with gems, and the lower body is still blue fishtail, but it is shining with strange colors. These years, Laura temporarily lived in Mercury Island, and in order to take care of her, the mermaid queen also temporarily lived in Mercury Island. The waves gradually calmed down, and Eli also put away the skateboard, which he made some time ago, and it feels good to play with it occasionally. Eli stopped, and Laura slowly approached Eli. Hey man, why don't you play again? Laura approached Eli and asked with wide eyes. It's almost there. Eli smiled and walked towards the shore. Laura had no choice but to keep up. Soon, Eli walked onto Mercury Island, and one person was still waiting. Master Eli. The mermaid queen smiled at Eli. Compared to before, she has advanced to the 3rd ring at this time, and the mermaid clan has advanced to the 3rd ring, and they have the ability to turn fishtails into legs. Eli felt that mermaids and humans definitely had a lot to do with each other. He has also explored it himself, and there is really no difference between the changed ones. According to the way humans dress, this is not good for you. Eli glanced at him. At this moment, she was wearing a shell suit on the upper body, and a pair of big white legs were exposed on the lower body, which almost only covered her private parts. Aren't there just the 3 of us on this island? The mermaid queen lowered her head. She actually didn't want to do this either, but for now, they were completely under Eli's protection. Once Eli lost, she might not be able to keep Laura at all, and might even be noticed by the existence of the deep sea. All she chose to pay for something. Secretly, of course. At this time Laura also went ashore, walking with the water element wrapped in the tail of the fish. She was still young and only knew that Eli was taking care of them. Okay, see you tonight. Eli smiled and didn't care. The 3 walked towards the island. At this time, next to the wizard tower on the island, there is a large lake leading to the ocean. Usually Lola lives here, as does the mermaid queen. Of course, it disappears occasionally at night. On the shore, there is a dining table, which is already full of food. It was made by Dylan and he discovered it by accident. God knows why Dylan still has this memory in his module. The three of them ate, quietly and quietly. "He-Man, did you say we'll be together forever?" Laura suddenly looked at Eli, her eyes sparkling. The Mermaid Queen froze. No way, could it be that her daughter fell in love with Eli? But it seems reasonable to think about it. Compared with the group of mermaids in the current ethnic group, Herman is more intelligent, powerful, and full of charm. The Mermaid Queen bit her lip. "No." Eli raised his head and said simply. "Why?" Laura seemed a little sad when she heard the answer. "Because I will leave this island sooner or later to pursue the truth, and your world should be in the endless sea. One day, we will be separated." Eli replied, while the Mermaid Queen was relieved. "I see, but I want to be with Herman all the time." Laura pouted, snorted and stopped talking. But the Mermaid Queen on the other side made up her mind to leave here when Laura became an adult. Soon, dinner is over. Lola enters the lake, and the Mermaid Queen follows, but is held back by Eli. "Beautiful lady, would you like a drink?" Eli asked with a smile. "Good." The Mermaid Queen nodded. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Quicksilver Island, in the Wizard's Tower, suddenly burst out with a strong breath, and then landed quickly. In the lake not far away, the Mermaid Queen raised her head, a little surprised. According to human beings, this should be regarded as the second stage of the fourth ring, the Huihu stage. Her face is still beautiful. For the longevity race, 100 years is nothing, but there are advantages and disadvantages. Anyway, their breeding is indeed much lower than that of the human race. Aside from the rolling waves, Laura also swam out, looking curiously at the Wizard Tower in the distance. At this time, the Wizard Tower opened not far away, and Eli walked out. "Eli, have you advanced yet?" Laura, who was pure-hearted, waved her hand and asked loudly. "Advanced?" Eli responded with a smile. With the help of the power of faith, Eli's promotion has been much faster than before. Eli felt the power of his true spirit gathered into a waning moon. It was roughly estimated that there should be more than 100 units. His strength was much stronger than before. And at this time the power of the curse is almost 150%. This has something to do with Laura. Eli is sealed with shadows, but after all, he still hasn't had much contact with this knowledge, and occasionally it may be leaked, which directly led to the increase of Eli's curse. Of course, it turned out that Eli's introduction of the Mermaid clan was a good choice. At least in these years, he didn't need to worry about it except for occasional leaks. Wise. "Ah, that's great, Eli is strong again, so can we go a little further away from you?" Laura was pleasantly surprised when she heard the promotion. At this time, she has not changed much from the past, but her appearance is more beautiful and soul-stirring. "Of course, with my current strength, I should be able to cover your mermaid territory. If you want, you can go back at any time, and of course her Lady Queen is too." Eli said to the two with a smile. "I don't want it, those mermaids are too boring, and there are always a few boring ones who want to play with me." Laura shook her head and refused. "Maybe you should go play more with young mermaids of the same age," the Mermaid Queen advised. "No." Laura decided again, looking at Eli. The Mermaid Queen covered her face, feeling bad. In the end, Laura didn't leave, and neither did the Mermaid Queen. Time flies by in the blink of an eye. With a huge elemental fluctuation in the sky, it flashed. In the lake on the island, the Mermaid Queen looked at this scene and sighed. It seems that Herman should have broken through the sun level. In only 400 years, he has jumped over the waning moon, crescent moon, and full moon stages of the bright moon wizard. Advancement Sun, this speed is really terrifying. She didn't expect that after staying here for nearly 500 years, she was already familiar with this human being. In fact, the mermaid doesn't have so much shame, and is more attached to the strong. She has been with Eli even longer than that mermaid majesty. And it is regrettable that, more than 100 years ago, as a mermaid passed by, they also knew that the mermaid family had completely collapsed at this moment, and the people were scattered all over the ocean. In other words, they are just mermaid remnants at the moment. However, the Mermaid Queen turned her head to look, and not far away, Laura was practicing in the water. She also had the third ring and was about to pass through the mermaid's youth. She used to think that she would leave after she could control her breath, and now Laura can almost do it. The mermaids can't stay here forever. What's more, Lola is the blood of the royal family, and also the only blood of His Majesty. They have to shoulder the important task of forming the mermaid family again. Maybe it's time to say goodbye. The mermaid queen was very sad, but she knew it was time to leave. At this time, the wizard tower opened in the distance, and Eli walked out as before. Chapter 338. Sunday. Feeling the power of the true spirit in his body like a big sun, Eli also felt a little unreal. Who would have thought that in just 400 years, he would have crossed the 3 stages of Huyu and arrived at the last stage of the 4-ring wizard? It took at least half of the time I expected. This has a lot to do with the power of faith. Eli looked down, and the diamond-shaped imprint of faith on his arm was only half at this time. This is why Eli has improved so rapidly over the years. He chose to use the power of faith to increase his speed. Although it seemed a bit wasteful, Eli still felt that he should get stronger first, and he couldn't give up because of choking. Although the power of faith is very precious, there is always a way to accumulate it. Of course, now Eli can't spend it so wantonly, because as he advances to sunshine, he finds that the bonus of faith is much weaker. In short, the power of faith has reached the upper limit for him, or the faith of humans on the west coast is only enough to support wizards at the sun level, especially Eli is very special. If he still needs the promotion he once had, then he needs more faith. It's almost time to leave. Eli shook his head. Now, it's not that he can't help himself, but that the environment is slowly restricting Eli. If he wanted to go further, it seemed that he had to go to the central continent, and at this point, it was time to start thinking about advancing to the 5th ring, but Eli still only knew the general idea and didn't know anything in detail. Of course a lot of preparations are needed. Eli shook his head. It's just an idea now, we'll talk about it later. At this time, a figure in the distance also walked slowly. He-Man, I think we need to talk. Wei Na said solemnly to Eli. Wei Na, this is the real name of the mermaid queen. Okay. Eli looked at the person in front of him and nodded. She naturally understood what Wei Na was going to say. Maybe this relationship should also end. Call Laura, I'll wait for you at the wizard's tower. Eli looked at the two of them, turned his head and returned to the wizard's tower. Okay. Wei Na bit her lip lightly and nodded. Soon, she found Laura. Mother, what happened? Laura asked curiously. Lola, it's time to say goodbye. Wei Na sighed and said softly. Laura shuddered. She is no longer a child, so she naturally understands something, that is, she is a mermaid royal family with a mission on her shoulders. So she didn't say anything she didn't accept, just gritted her teeth and said, when? I don't know, but it won't be long. Now Herman asked us to discuss. Wei Na didn't say much, and walked towards the wizard's tower. After a few seconds of pause, Laura quickly followed. Soon, they came to the wizard's tower and saw Eli again. When we first met, Wei Na was fine, but Laura couldn't help but shed tears, and her eyes started to turn red. Why are you still crying? Eli walked over with a smile, wiping away Laura's tears. But the tears in Laura's eyes still seemed to overflow. Seeing this scene, Wei Na also felt sad. She also came to Wei Na's side and hugged her gently. This lasted for half an hour. Afterwards, the discussion about leaving was unremarkable, and Wei Na decided to leave in 3 years. 3 years is fast, and 3 years is also very slow. It was so fast that it passed in the blink of an eye, and so slow that Laura would come to Eli every day. But when they parted, everyone was still caught off guard. A few kilometers outside of Mercury Island, a mighty team is gathering. Ivor, Wei Na, Lola, and a huge team of mermaids. At this time, after 500 years of development, the number of mermaid remnants has reached more than 3,000. Besides Ivor, there is another true spirit. At the front, several people sat for the last farewell. Eli was at the front. Thank you, sir, for your protection these years. Ivor thanked. He-Man, you are a good person. Wei Na hugged Eli with red eyes. After the hug, another hug came up. Lola, don't hug her so tightly. Eli patted Laura's back lightly. I don't. Laura refused, and Eli let her go. After hugging for more than 10 minutes, Laura let go of her hand this time. He-Man, I will miss you. Laura bit her lip and said, her eyes were red. I'll miss you too, and besides, it's not like I won't have a chance to meet you in the future. Eli responded. Then make an appointment and meet again. Laura smiled. Good. Then we must set a time. Laura actually began to think seriously. Eli. Scared? Scared? Eli shook his head, then took out a piece of wood, the elements surged, and in the blink of an eye the wood turned into Eli's appearance, a small amount of faith was injected into it, and he handed it to Laura. This is a statue of faith. When I can connect my faith across the central continent and the deep sea, we will meet when you become the queen of the mermaid clan, Eli said. Okay. Laura smiled and put away the statue. This is a contract. A contract? Hey, why is this statue different from yours, Herman? Suddenly, Laura picked up the statue and asked. That's just who I am, Eli replied with a smile. Herman's age has almost reached its limit, and it's time to live back to himself. Hearing this, Laura and Wei Na were a little shocked. In the end, Eli had to show the two of them what it used to be, and that was the end. Soon, the team started to set off. At the front of the line, Laura waved her hand and shouted, Eli, contract. Contract. Eli also responded with a smile. Meeting by chance, now is also the time to part. This 500-year relationship should also come to an end. As for the next encounter, who knows when it will be? Perhaps, as he said, Lola became the queen of the mermaid clan. The other side. The huge mermaid team moved forward rapidly, getting farther and farther away from the west coast. In the middle of the mermaid team, a huge giant tortoise carried Lola and the others. This giant tortoise was attracted by Lola when she was born, and then came again. Now she is willing to accept the creature led by Lola. This is also Lola's unique ability. Mother, where are we going next? Laura asked on the giant tortoise. I don't know, but we have to go to the deep-sea mermaid tribe first, there are still a lot of our tribe left there. Wei Na thought about it. Okay, then go to the deep-sea original mermaid tribe area. Laura decided. The others didn't object either. Although Lola wasn't the strongest, she was destined to be the queen of their mermaid clan. Everyone set off towards the deep sea. Soon they drove to the junction of the deep sea. But suddenly, everyone felt something, looked forward, and the sea area ahead fell into darkness. No, that is not darkness, but a huge body. Accompanied by the sound of rolling waves and terrifying roars, a huge creature slowly emerged from the water. This is a huge octopus-like creature. The height exposed to the sea is as high as 100 meters, like a hill, while the main body under the sea is even larger, and each of the dozens of tentacles is several hundred meters high. It is long and thick like a giant tree that is hundreds of years old. You are finally out, I have been waiting for you for a long time. The eyes of the huge octopus looked at Lola below, revealing a bloody sound. He was attracted by the leak of Laura's breath before, but he faintly felt that there was a crisis inside, so he waited outside. Unexpectedly, he still waited. And looking at the creature like a hill in front of him, the face of the mermaid changed instantly. Damn it, this is a sea clan with the peak of the 4 rings. Ivor was shocked. Peak of the 4 rings. Laura and Wei Na's expressions changed instantly. They have only just come out, is it about to end? My lord, you go first, I'll hold him back. At the critical moment, Ivor, a mermaid loyal to the mermaid clan, stood up. With a tragic face, he rushed towards the octopus. Boom! The huge tentacles were drawn, and Ivar's body flew out immediately, almost without much resistance. Seeing this scene, many mermaids felt chills, even Lola was no exception. But when everyone was desperate, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Eli. Laura's eyes lit up. Go in another direction, leave this place to me. Eli looked at the huge sea creature in front of him, and turned to Laura. But... Laura hesitated. Eli was delighted to appear, but the sea clan in front of him was too strong. At this moment, Wei Na came over and grabbed Laura, let's go. Don't underestimate him, he is much stronger than you imagined, especially the sea clan. As someone who has been in close contact with Eli, she understands how powerful Eli is. Okay. Hearing what her mother said, Laura gritted her teeth and said loudly, leave from the right side. A group of mermaids left. Leave the giant octopus and Eli behind. Who the hell are you? Asked the giant octopus, feeling uneasy for some reason. Eli didn't answer, just looked at it. Accumulated for thousands of years, at this time its bonus to sea creatures is 150%, plus his own strength. He is not afraid of any sea people with 4 rings. It just so happens that Hydra and Nicholas should also be promoted. You are very suitable as a resource, and I also need a new wizard robe. Eli looked at the huge octopus. Hearing these indifferent words, the giant octopus flew into a rage. Dozens of tentacles attacked. The battle is imminent. The other side. Laura and the others had just walked a few miles when they heard the start of the battle. The mermaids speeded up, and when they were more than 10 kilometers away, Laura looked at the previous area. Accompanied by a violent howl and loud begging for mercy, after another attack, the huge body of the octopus slowly disappeared from his sight. Seeing this scene, Laura smiled. Go on. The huge mermaid team continued to set off. Set off towards the deep sea. The data has been modified. After all, it is reasonable for the curse to exceed 100% in 1,000 years. Chapter 339. On the surface of the sea, the corpse of a huge deep-sea octopus floated on the surface of the sea, like a huge island. In the sky, Eli looked down at this scene from a high position. Such a large corpse should be enough for Hydra and Nicholas to advance. Eli's eyes were calm. Although Eli has improved greatly over the years, Hydra and Nicholas have not improved much, and they are both at the peak of the 3rd ring. Hydra is okay, it is a semi-elemental creature made by Eli, and it is also a synthetic beast, so I am not so worried about lifespan issues, but Nikolai's situation has not been very good these years, and his mental power has been severely damaged. Serving as Minister of the Seas often kills make-up, or it would have been gone long ago. When they all advance to the true spirit, I can go to the central continent with a little more security. Eli's idea is very simple. He hoped to have more benefits when he went to the central continent. I just don't know what's going on in the central continent. Eli has not contacted the people from the central continent for a long time, but from some people from the central continent, he also has a broken understanding of the center of the world. I heard that warlocks have given up meditation during the apprenticeship stage, and began to adapt to the bloodline during the apprenticeship stage. It can be said that today's warlocks are not called warlocks, but Eli prefers to call them blood fusions. They have nothing but blood. This is a kind of sadness. After all, no matter how powerful a monster is, it was not the object of dissection by wizards in the past. They dig out the essence of power in it, but now warlocks directly use blood power without even thinking about it, which completely lowers the personality of warlocks. And Jinji, this guy seems to be half of the person in charge of the western regions. Eli was still impressed by this person. However, since it lived on Mercury Island, their contact has been seldom. Especially in the last few hundred years without any contact. But it still looks forward to the meeting between the two. After all, Jinji is a rich man. But it's useless to think about it, take your time. Eli looked at the huge corpse, and suddenly there were waves behind the corpse, pushing the huge octopus forward. While controlling the direction, Eli summoned Hydra and Nicholas. The huge body moved towards Mercury Island. At this time, Mercury Island. Hydra is entrenched on the mountain peak, and its 100-meter-long body has not grown much in recent years. At this time, it closed its eyes and was sleeping. Under the mountain, Dylan was still tinkering with the machine, constantly gesticulating on himself. After these years of hard work, its combat effectiveness reached the 3rd ring. Suddenly, it seemed to hear something, and suddenly raised its head and looked into the distance. Not far from Mercury Island, a huge octopus was moving towards this side. Its body was not much different from that of Mercury Island, and its height was still higher than the peaks on the island. What kind of creature is this? Dylan was shocked. It never seemed to have occurred to it that such a thing would happen here. In an instant, he jumped up and ran towards the wizard's tower, shouting as he ran, "Eli, something serious happened. There are enemies, very strong enemies." But before running, he found that his body was getting taller and taller. Dylan was even more frightened. Monster. So far can actually affect him. But when he turned around, he froze. Why are you shouting? This octopus is dead. Eli glanced at it angrily. General Dog is stupid. At this time, he looked at the huge corpse in the distance, only to realize that it seemed that there was really no life. Eli, you're improving so fast. Dylan's mechanical eyes flickered, surprised. Eli threw him to the ground angrily. In the distance, Hydra opened her sleepy eyes and flew towards Eli. At this time, a figure also appeared on the sea level, and Nicholas was flying towards this side. Nicholas moved forward quickly, and was shocked when he saw this huge body, but he soon discovered that it was a dead body, but the soul had not yet dissipated. He also came to Mercury Island. "My lord," Nicholas said respectfully to Eli. "Then it's all here." Seeing that Hydra and Nicholas were there, Eli pointed to the corpse in the distance and said, "That's a corpse of a sea tribe at the peak of the four rings. Nicholas devours flesh and blood, you devour soul, should be enough to advance like that." Hearing this, Nicholas' eyes lit up. In fact, he was already very close to the true spirit, and he was only short of a kick, but there was no way to do it. Hydra on the side didn't have much thought, just looked at the huge corpse drooling, and the three pairs of eyes showed longing. "Go ahead, I don't care," Eli said with a smile. In the next second, Hydra and Nicholas rushed towards the corpse in the distance, leaving Dylan envious. "Eli, when can you get me to the fourth ring?" Dylan said. "Why don't you still have a body in the central continent? We should go there within 100 years. Eli replied. "What, have you finally decided to leave?" Dylan's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for this sentence for more than 1,000 years. He still remembered that more than 1,000 years ago, Eli told him that it was coming soon, but the result was that until now, he was almost desperate. So when he heard about 100 years, he felt that he was over the top. 100 years is really short. Looking at Dylan with complicated emotions, the corner of Eli's mouth twitched. This silly dog is indeed stupid. The other side. Hydra and Nicholas fell into a deep sleep on Mercury Island after devouring the flesh and soul of the great chapter of the deep sea respectively. A month later, a huge wave of souls suddenly erupted in Mercury Island, a huge soul body rose from it, and countless grey undead flashed around. Eli stood on the wizard tower, watching this scene. After a while, Nicholas flew towards this side. At this time, his soul body was at least 10 times larger than before, and the density was much higher, and the aura he exuded had reached the fourth ring. "My lord, I have made a breakthrough." Nicholas came to Eli's side and immediately put away his momentum. He was worse than Eli. "Well, go and stabilize it, and call me if you need it." Eli nodded. "Yes." Nicholas left with great excitement. You know, even in his previous life, he had never broken through the true spirit. If it weren't for Eli giving him some souls and souls occasionally, and this great tonic, it would be almost impossible for him to break through. It is very difficult for the undead to break through. I have to be loyal to adults in the future. Watching Nicholas leave, Eli also looked not far away. On the huge mountain, Hydra is also undergoing transformation. Another month. As Hydra opened his eyes, the three heads let out a long hiss, and a new head opened up. The eyes of this head were blue, and his body also grew rapidly. Even the mountains could not bear him, and he was overwhelmed. As soon as he broke through, Hydra flew directly to the sky, and countless storms wrapped around him, like a dragon flying through the clouds and fog. It seems that the newly obtained is the wind element. Eli also appeared outside the wizard tower, looking at Hydra. His subordinates have almost advanced to true spirit. And Hydra saw Eli also flying towards him, but the process kept shrinking until it was tens of meters in size. It seems to be a new ability, which can control the size. Eli touched Hydra's head, which was created by himself compared to Nicholas. "Let's go to the laboratory, I need to test everything." Eli whispered, and flew towards the laboratory not far away. Hydra's body shrunk and quickly followed. Chapter 340. At this time, Tower of Blood. The 1,600-year-old Kerman is sitting cross-legged in the wizard's tower, feeling his own blood. Compared with 800 years ago, his level is also at the nebula level, and it is only 200 years away from the original agreement with Eli. Is there another 200 years? He frowned. Judging from the current lifespan of the fourth ring wizard of only 2,000 years, he will only live for a few hundred years at most, but he has become accustomed to the feeling of being supported by resources, and he can't live without the Tower of Blood. Forget it, that's fine. Kerman shook his head. Anyway, he didn't want to go back to the central continent, and he couldn't beat Herman either. He had met Herman a few times in the past hundreds of years, but Herman's level was far beyond him. He tried to challenge, but he could barely survive a few tricks. A character like this actually succumbs to the West Coast. He couldn't understand. With Eli's strength, even in the central mainland, he is still a strong man. He couldn't understand why he was so unambitious. His eyes turned to the distance. I'm afraid he is one of the few people who still remembers Herman. Even the previous Tower Master Hein has resigned, and now even the new Tower Master is about to resign. In just a few hundred years, the Bloodline Tower has experienced many rounds of power change. But suddenly, his expression changed. He felt a new true spirit appeared in Mercury Island. Something has advanced to the third ring. It should be the giant snake Hydra or Nicholas. He immediately thought of these two people around Herman. It's almost there. A month later. Feel the breath of true spirit again. Advanced again. Kleiman was somewhat dumbfounded. This interval is too short. Now he has no intention of leaving here. But a month later, Eli actually summoned him. Walk on Mercury Island. Kleiman's twilight body looked at the Hydra entrenched on the mountain in the distance, and the aura of the real and undead coming from the other side of the island. He finally confirmed his guess. It was really Hydra and Nicola who advanced. I don't know what your lord is looking for me for. Kleiman lowered his head and thought. Soon, he came outside the wizard tower. The gate opens automatically. The living room on the second floor. A voice came out. Kleiman was stunned for a moment and walked in, arriving at the room on the second floor. But when he entered the room, he found a strange man sitting inside. Black hair and black pupils, looks very young, but handsome. This is an unfamiliar face to him, but this person is wearing familiar clothes, and there is a familiar threaded cane beside him. You are? Kleiman asked. What's the matter, don't you even know me? I'm Herman. Eli smiled. Hearing the voice, he was sure that this was Herman, but he was very puzzled. How did he change his appearance? This is what I am, or you can call me Eli, which is my real name. Eli replied with a smile. He had already used his own name and face, and as for the name Herman, let him go with the wind. And Kleiman on the opposite side is already stupid. It never occurred to him that Herman used a fake face and a fake name when he came back. Or maybe Herman was replaced many years ago, maybe it was Herman at the beginning of the Bloodline Tower, but was later replaced by this guy named Eli. Kleiman didn't have much thought. At least Herman was definitely Eli when he subdued him. However, Kleiman was also muttering in his heart at this time. After all, Eli suddenly revealed his name and identity to him, so it meant that something big was going to happen next. Sure enough, just as he finished thinking, he saw Eli on the opposite side saying, I have something to discuss with you. My lord, tell me. At this time, Kleiman also sat on the sofa opposite Eli, respectfully. I'm going to leave the west coast to go to the main tower of the central continent. Eli said calmly. That's a good thing. Kleiman said. He doesn't understand what's wrong with Eli? But I'm not going to be Herman, but Eli. My lord, I understand. Kleiman nodded. At this moment, he confirmed the guess in his heart, Herman was definitely replaced by Eli a long time ago. As for why He-Man's identity is not used, the reason is very simple, that is, this identity is too old. If he remembers correctly, He-Man may have been more than 2,000 years old since it was recorded, which is obviously not suitable. My lord means that Herman deserves to die, right? Kleiman asked cautiously. Yet. Eli nodded. He has deliberately guided Kleiman, and it seems that he really gets it. Yes, Herman will die in a few days. His apprentice Eli will take over as the new Tower Master, and then he will break through to the true spirit. After that, I will take some people to leave the west coast. After that, I will trouble you here. Help me guard the west coast. Eli didn't hide, and directly stated his plan. My lord, I understand. Kleiman took a deep breath. He never thought that such a thing would happen today. But he wasn't sad, because according to Herman, he would be in charge of the west coast afterwards, which was a good thing, at least for him. But this also means one thing, that is, he has to completely surrender to Eli. Otherwise, he might not be able to get out of here today. My lord, don't worry, from today onwards, I will only be loyal to you. Kleiman immediately stood up, expressing his heartfelt heart. Eli nodded in satisfaction. Kleiman has always been very knowledgeable. Soon, Kleiman, who had been imprinted with his soul, left, and his next task was to clear up some of Herman's previous materials, and prepare for the next thing by the way. 1 month later, that is 4582 in the new calendar. A message is out. Herman, the strongest person in the West Coast Bloodline Tower, a figure of the Four Rings true spirit level, died at the age of 2400. As soon as the news came out, the entire West Coast was shocked. After all, Herman's statues are located in every city on the West Coast. On this day, countless people walked out of their houses and came to the statue to offer flowers. Even the flowers on the West Coast were out of stock that day, and even the surrounding wildflowers were pulled out. At this time, someone also made a summary of He-Man's life, and everyone knew how brilliant He-Man's life was. Build the White Tower, destroy the Bloodline House, destroy the Black Soda Alliance, join the Bloodline Tower, destroy the Black Soda, destroy the Heart of the Night, fight against the Holy Tower, and against time, gravel, and sea creatures. It seems that every major event that happened in the past has something to do with him, and his role in it is also indispensable. Without him, there would be no unified West Coast today. The glorious resume has aroused the memories of countless people, and also made the new generation of warlocks admire him. Among all the blessings, what Eli didn't expect was that his imprint of faith would be filled again. I don't know if it counts as an end gift package for an identity. And against this background, Herman's closed apprentice Eli became the new Tower Master without seeming to cause much commotion. Chapter 341. Breakthrough, Breakthrough. Outside a mountain range outside the Tower of Bloodline, hundreds of warlocks of the Tower of Bloodline surrounded a mountain range, and in the distance were dozens of three-ringed onlookers. They all stared at the mountain with nervous faces. Because today, their new Tower Master Eli is going to break through the true spirit. When I took over, it was the limit of the 3 rings. It's only been 3 years. Is it going to break through? You are indeed Lord He-Man's apprentice. A warlock exclaimed. Who says it's not, and not long ago, Lord Nicholas and Lord Hydra also broke through the true spirit. If there is another one, wouldn't we have 4 true spirits? I'm afraid the main tower may not be stronger than us. Another warlock echoed. Really? The crowd was discussing a lot. Although Lord Herman was dead, everyone felt that the Tower of Blood was thriving. This feeling, especially the new Tower Master Eli is about to break through the true spirit. It started, it started. Suddenly someone shouted. The others looked up and saw a huge momentum erupting in the mountains in the distance, followed by thick shadows. Eli began to break through. On the top of the hill, Eli put down his hand controlling the sky and stretched his body. It is in his plan to advance to the true spirit, and the purpose is to enhance the feasibility of the character Eli. After all, a character who pops up suddenly should be traceable as much as possible. Even for this reason, Eli has already pretended to have a life trajectory, in order to believe that Eli is a real person, and then go to the central continent. It seems normal. Eli was still cautious. It will take a few hours to break through, I'd better get acquainted with the new method. Just a month ago, the white beam of light that had been brewing for a long time in the consciousness space finally moved, and it also gave Eli a new ability. Time field. Eli stretched out his hand, and the space in front of him gradually became illusory. A little bit of tadpole-like runes twisted in the air. Slowly, the air around Eli slowed down significantly, and the speed of floating and sinking in the air slowed down. Phew! It's not that these are slowing down, but the time inside is slowing down. At this time, a small bug happened to fly over. It can be seen that as soon as it entered the surrounding area of Eli, his speed slowed down. Almost 3 times. Eli was also observing. Of course, he can not only slow down time, but also speed it up, for example, 3 times faster. With a thought. In the next second, the speed of the bug suddenly increased, from 3 times slower to 3 times faster, and the bug flew out like a cannonball, away from Eli. This is Eli's new ability. Within a certain range, he can control the flow of time between 3 times faster and slower, and this range is about 100 meters. Of course, it may increase with the improvement of strength. It's just that the consumption is a bit high. Eli felt his consumption. In just a few seconds just now, Eli consumed a full tenth of the power of the true spirit, a total of nearly 20 units of the power of the true spirit, which is a huge consumption. Eli is currently a sunshine wizard, and the power of the true spirit in his body is about 200 units, which is also the beginning of the sunshine stage. The sun is divided into 3 phases, namely the dark sun, the corona, and the bright Sunday. The dark sun is that the power of the true spirit is like the great sun, but the power of the true spirit is still dim, and the corona is the power of the true spirit that burns around the dark sun like a crown of flames, and finally the dark sun itself burns like a crown of flames. A real burning sun. At this time, although Eli is a wizard of the sun, he can also be called a wizard of the dark sun. It seems that this is a killer method. Eli smiled. Even if this method consumes a lot of money, it cannot conceal the advantages of this skill. After all, this is time control. Even Eli didn't expect to give him a witchcraft that directly controls the time in the range, which is simply outrageous. Only when he got to the true spirit did Eli understand how high-end knowledge time is. If it weren't for the white beam of light, he might not have had the chance to touch it. The power of time, not to mention the fourth ring, even the fifth and sixth rings, is also greedy. At least in the wizarding world so far, it seems that no wizard has become famous because of his control. This also made him more and more curious about the white beam of light. Eli was very curious about what it was. It not only endowed him with eternal life, but also endowed him with the ability of time when he was in the true spirit stage. Does that mean, by the time of the fifth ring, he may still obtain related abilities? It's really exciting. Eli stretched his body, feeling that the time was not much different. In the next second, a true spirit erupted. After a while, Eli walked down the mountain. Just go. Dozens of warlocks have come together. Congratulations to Master Elida for his successful breakthrough. Congratulations, my lord. Many warlocks congratulated Eli, and Eli responded one by one. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The news that the new Tower Master of the Bloodline Tower broke through the true spirit spread quickly. During this process, Eli's power of faith increased slightly. The power of faith, as long as other people respect Eli, emotions such as faith and even shock can increase. Generally speaking, belief system transmissions are very important, but belief is such an inconvenient thing. It is actually possible without transmissions, but this requires Eli to be within a certain range of belief generation, and cannot be stored through transmissions. Uri's current range of influence can basically cover the west coast, but it won't work any farther away without statues. Therefore, the belief system is still flawed and needs to find a way to make up for it. Eli is based on the power of faith that a one-ring wizard can produce. At this time, he has almost 20,000 units of power of faith. Of course, it can also be based on the power of ordinary people, but that is a bit difficult to calculate. So this breakthrough actually increased the faith of Eli. In fact, there are only a few dozen units, which is not that much for him, at least not enough for improving his cultivation. But if you need more power of faith, then you need to go to the central continent. So Eli is also thinking about how to go to the central continent these days, and he needs an opportunity. He must be going to the Tower of Blood. After all, he has done so much, and there is Vivica whose state is unknown. But now there's a problem, and that's he's not sure if Tower of Blood remembers the West Coast. The sub-towers of the Bloodline Tower on the West Coast have not been in contact with the central continent for nearly 100 years, and Eli doesn't know if they have been forgotten. But unexpectedly, a year later, a turning point came, and he confirmed that the West Coast was not forgotten, but just ignored. The cause is a warlock who came from the central continent. A warlock of the Bloodline Tower. Eli met this warlock after being reported layer by layer. You want to see the Tower Master of the Bloodline Tower? Eli looked at the warlock in front of him and smiled. In front of me is a female sorceress with a second ring, wearing a blue hat, wearing blue and white clothes, purple eyes, fair skin, and a good figure, but at this time this lady is holding the clothes tightly with one hand, and her face is full of tears. Nervous. My lord, it's me. She looked at Eli and said. Tell me your purpose. Eli leaned on the sofa. The woman clutched her clothes, and said after a few seconds, My lord, I am someone sent by the main tower, and I am here to summon the West Coast sub-tower to support the main tower. The main tower has encountered an unprecedented crisis. The woman said nervously. Chapter 342. The woman clutched her clothes, so nervous that she couldn't express it. She couldn't imagine that there was a real spirit in the West Coast sub-tower. This is true spirit. There are only 2 true spirits in the main tower of the Bloodline Tower, and with the turbulence of the Bloodline Tower, 1 true spirit fell a while ago, so there is only 1 true spirit in the Bloodline Tower today. Because of the war, they had to call all the sub-towers for support. The warlocks of the Third Ring were sent to the sub-towers of the central continent. She was sent here because she offended someone. It has been a long time since she contacted the West Coast. Enclave. So it's hard to imagine the shock she felt when she traveled thousands of miles and found out that the tower owner here was actually a true spirit. There is a true spirit in a barren land. It's almost like a joke. But she understands that this is probably her chance, a unique chance. Oh? What happened to the main tower? Eli asked curiously. After the evolution of time, she is not too clear about the specific situation in the western regions, but it sounds like something big has happened to the Bloodline Tower. Your Excellency may not know that the forces in the western regions are roughly divided into 4 levels, and our Bloodline Tower has always been the 4th level of forces. This time, we have provoked one of the 3rd level forces, and this time the conflict is serious. They insist on destroying us, said the sorceress. That's right. Eli nodded in understanding. It seems to be a struggle between forces, but this is a good opportunity for him to gain a foothold in the central continent. So you were sent here for help? Eli joked with a smile. Yes, my lord. The warlock lowered her head. She was very anxious now, because she was not sure that this sub-tower would agree to their request. As if seeing her worry, Eli replied with a smile, you don't need to worry about the support, I will go there in person, and I will even take most of the warlocks here. She breathed a sigh of relief. Then thank you, sir. The sorceress thanked. Of course we may need a little time, and we may have to trouble you to wait for a while. Eli said. No trouble, no trouble. Warlock said hurriedly. Just kidding, if she brought back a true spirit, she couldn't even imagine how the adults in the Bloodline Tower would feel. Excuse me, miss, your name? Eli asked. My lord can just call me Alida. The sorceress nodded. Eli nodded, then clapped his hands. Soon, the door opened, and a warlock walked in. Set up, Miss Alida, this is a distinguished guest. Eli said to the warlock, and then Alida said, I may have to discuss some things next, see you later. Just like that, the dizzy Alida was taken outside by the warlock. On the way, Alida knew that the warlock's name was Kelly, a one-ring warlock. Kelly, can you take me to the Tower of Blood? Alida asked Kelly as soon as she walked out of the wizard's tower. Of course. Kelly smiled. Not needing to face the real spirit, Alida was obviously much more relaxed. She chatted and laughed with Kelly along the way, and she also knew the general strength of the Bloodline Tower here. Anyway, Alida was quite surprised, because the entire west coast was actually under the control of the Bloodline Tower. Anyway, she read the records before she came, and the book said that they didn't give much support here. But it is not difficult to see from a few words that the main tower obviously underestimated this place. At least the main tower estimates that there will be 10 to 30 third rings here, but in fact there are about 250 third rings here, and the basic gap is even bigger. Their assessment was seriously wrong. Oh, by the way, Kelly, I heard that Lord Eli was promoted recently. How did the Bloodline Tower occupy such a large territory before? Alida asked while walking. Because we had Lord Herman before, who was also a true spirit magician, but he was dead. Kelly said as she walked, but we are stronger now than before. Lord Clement, Lord Nicholas, Hyde Master Law, these are true spirits, whoever dares to touch our brows. Hey, where's the person? Alida suddenly disappeared from the side of Kaylee's head, and when she turned her head, she was a few meters behind. At this moment, Kylie Daw stared at her, her voice almost trembling. The people you just mentioned are all true spirits? Yes. Kelly said strangely. 4 true spirits. Alida blinked, feeling like she was going to faint. She thought Eli was the only true spirit, but there were 3 more. Is this a fucking sub-tower? Alida closed her eyes, feeling like she was dreaming. If everything is true, then the strength of the branch tower has surpassed the main tower. Who is the main tower? Just when Alida doubted her life. On the other side, Eli and Clement have already started talking. Are you ready to leave, sir? Clement asked. As the person in charge of the Bloodline Tower after Eli left, he is naturally aware of Alida's arrival, and it is clear that Master he will definitely agree. Yes. Eli nodded. This time is indeed a good opportunity to enter the central continent, and the strength of the main tower of the Bloodline Tower is also weaker than he imagined, and it will be easy to take control by then. He needs this opportunity. Then I understand, my lord. Clement nodded, and said, how many people do you need to take away, my lord? After all, it is for support. Hearing this question, Eli fell into deep thought. It is impossible for him to come back, at least for a short time. He, Nicholas and Hydra have to go, as for the others. After thinking for a few minutes, Eli raised his head and said, as for the manpower, 100 for the third ring, 300 for the second ring, and 500 for the first ring. This is the number that Eli thinks about. This number will not have a huge impact here, and it will also allow him to quickly gain a foothold in the central continent in his past. Okay, I'll make arrangements now. Clement stood up, ready to leave. Oh, by the way, you can release the news, but the premise must be voluntary. After all, you may not be able to come back after you go. Eli reminded. My lord, you can rest assured. Clement nodded, and then left. Watching Clement leave, Eli stood up and walked to the window. Looking at the bustling bloodline tower outside the window, he was filled with emotion. He spent too much time and had too much affection on this land of the west coast. This has witnessed his transformation from the first ring to the true spirit, and also witnessed the growth of the bloodline tower from an ordinary force to a dominant force on the west coast. But he is a wizard after all, and the pursuit of truth is still engraved in his soul, so next, it is time to start a new journey. Next stop, Central Continent. Chapter 343. Soon, news spread that the bloodline tower would form a team, and news that Eli, Nicholas, and Hydra would all leave was also spread. The bloodline tower was in an uproar. After all, 3 of the 4 true spirit level existences will be removed at once, which will have a great impact on a force, but fortunately, Clement is still left. Many warlocks came to persuade Eli overnight, but they were all strictly rejected. And the sentence "it is our responsibility to support the main tower" left many people speechless. Although many people disagreed, when several true spirits agreed, no one dared to say anything, and the recruitment of the team began soon. The collection work is much faster than expected, and the enthusiasm of the warlocks for this is beyond everyone's imagination, but it seems to be easy to understand. After all, this time they are going to the central continent, the center of the world. In just 5 days, the team has assembled. The assembly of the team is only one aspect. Considering that the situation of the main tower may not be good, Eli also ordered a lot of resources to be taken away. Among them, magic stone resources are the most. After all, even in the central continent, magic stones are also one of the basic currencies. Of course, pre-planning is also required. Whether it is arriving at the central continent, or how to act when the time comes, you need to think ahead. In this regard, Eli invited Alida again. My lord, I don't know what you need to do to find me this time. Alida was as humble as ever. Relax. Reassuring the little warlock in the central continent, Eli smiled and said, we still don't know the situation in the central continent so well. Now we need to plan ahead, which may require you. Of course, it's my honor. Alida immediately agreed. Since she learned about the situation of this branch, she has been in a state of tension, because she really can't think of any reason why they support the main tower. In terms of power, the branch tower has surpassed the main tower, and its high-end combat power is even worse. In terms of sphere of influence, the west coast is also quite large, only 1/3 worse than the main tower. That's not enough for her. So taking advantage of this time, she also asked her doubts. My lord, the sub-towers of the bloodline tower are already very strong, why did you agree so simply? Alida asked. This time Eli didn't hesitate, and said with a smile, because the west coast is still too small, so small that the real spirit is already at its apex, and so small that it can't carry my path. Alida nodded, half understanding. Whether she understands Eli is not important, what is important is to understand the distribution of the western regions in the central continent. Facts have proved that since she is an expatriate, she still knows a lot about the basics, and soon they planned a path. Starting from home city, the most marginal city in the western regions, crossing several neutral forces and several uninhabited areas, they entered the Tower of Blood in the middle of the western regions. Very well, then we'll arrange it like this, and I may have to trouble you as a guide then. Eli said to her with a smile. No trouble, this is what I should do. Alida nodded hurriedly, and her affection for the easygoing Eli increased. True spirits are always high, but Eli can treat her like a little second ring like this. But she didn't know in her heart. In Eli's heart, as long as the strength does not exceed him, it doesn't matter whether it is the first ring or the fourth ring, anyway, they will die sooner or later. A month passed in the blink of an eye. At this point almost all warlocks are ready. On the square in the center of the Bloodline Tower, a huge gathering is starting. The several acres of square had been emptied at this time, and a platform with a height of 7 or 8 meters stood on it, and Eli and Nicholas stood on it. Below, there are hundreds of people who are preparing to go to the central continent at this time. Each of them has a look of expectation on their faces and a gleam in their eyes. For them, going to the central continent is undoubtedly a huge opportunity. After all, the central continent was once the center of the world. Even though it has declined a lot now, it is far beyond the west coast. The central continent must be very prosperous, and the Tower of Bloodline is probably more powerful. In the crowd, a warlock murmured. Isn't this nonsense? That's the central continent. I hope they will pay us a little attention and don't look down on us. The warlock on the side also agreed. But there should be no problem with the adults around. Although the other warlock was worried, he also believed in Eli and the others. But the mouth of a person not far away from them twitched. She is Alida. Listening to these people's words, she really wanted to grab these people's necks and tell them, sorry, the Bloodline Tower is really not as strong as you think. You guys are really strong. But Alida couldn't say it, she just looked at Eli on the high platform and shed tears in her heart. A collie was sad, but a dog nearby almost barked. Dylan, whose appearance was no different from an ordinary dog, looked at Eli in the stands, and was about to cry in his heart. He finally waited for this day. A full 1500 years or so. Do you know how he lived these years? At first, I looked forward to it every day, then I looked forward to it every few years, and then it became a few years, decades, and hundreds of years. He found that Eli really has no concept of time. It's been more than 1,000 years, but Eli told him that he was coming soon. It's really fast, the mortal world is enough for dozens of generations, even the world of warlocks, more than 10 generations have passed. But it's finally coming to an end. Dylan's mechanical eyes were filled with lubricating oil, which made him happy. At this time, on the high platform, Eli looked at Dylan and couldn't help but smile. In fact, it wasn't just him. In fact, in the secret realm, Zimi was also swinging the branches at this time, very happy. Poor two children. However, Eli did not forget his character today. He stood up straight and looked down. In the next second, the power of the true spirit covered the entire area, and no one was talking. Eli looked at the crowd and said, everyone, I'm Eli, the owner of the Bloodline Tower on the west coast, and I'm very glad that everyone can participate in this operation to support the main tower. But I have to say in advance that if you leave this time, you may not be able to come back. If there is anyone else who wants to leave, it's not too late. Eli looked at the crowd, but no one spoke. Very well, it seems that everyone's thoughts are very firm. Eli nodded. In this case, we will set off in 3 days, and we will still gather here when the time comes. Guys, enjoy your last 3 days on the west coast. It was originally a simple announcement, and Eli didn't want to complicate it. After the announcement, Eli left, and so did many warlocks, saying their final farewells to the people they knew. 3 days later. It's still the square. But at this time, apart from the many warlocks, there are also 3 huge airships, each of which is hundreds of meters in length, silver-white in appearance, full of sense of technology, each of which can carry more than 500 people. All the warlocks were surprised that the Tower of Bloodline still had such stocks. In front of the airship, Alida was also dumbfounded. She originally thought they were going to take a flying monster, but you still have such a tall airship. If she hadn't seen it in books, she might not have known her. Alida is stupid. You must know that after more than 1,000 years of degradation, the airships in the central continent are almost gone. Everyone uses warcraft, but you are in a remote place on the west coast, and you still have airships. It doesn't look bad. This makes her feel unhinged again. This is the main tower. What happened to the whole world, anyway? She had the illusion of being hit by dimensionality reduction. Alida, let's go up and have a cup of tea together. It will be a journey of several months. With a hand on her shoulder, she turned her head and saw Eli. At this time, Eli put on his lifelong black warlock robe, which seemed to have leather armor inside, and he still had the threaded staff in his hand, and he also wore 2 beautiful earrings, and a small one fell asleep on his shoulder. Snake. Thank you, sir. Alida nodded. Alida and Eli entered the airship. Others also quickly entered. Soon everyone has entered. Accompanied by a burst of elemental fluctuations, the airship slowly flew into the sky, and then slowly flew towards the distance. That speed was slower than the normal 3 rings. At the highest point of the Bloodline Tower, Clement watched this scene. The Lord is gone, and he will guard the place from now on. Regardless of growth, at least when the adults come back, there should be no big changes. I hope you have a smooth journey, my lord. Clement silently returned to the Wizard Tower. Chapter 344. The huge airship entered the uninhabited Saya Mountains. At the front end of the airship, on an extended stand, Eli was condescending, observing the Sawyer Mountains below. The Sawyer Mountain Range is a huge mountain range that divides the west coast and the central continent. There are many resources in it, and there are many powerful creatures. Even the third ring does not dare to go deep. But Eli is very interested in this place because there are many good things in it. Of course, because he just came here, and it is very close to the west coast, and he has also explored the Tower of Blood, Eli is not interested. So for the first paragraph, he stayed in the room. As for safety, there is no need to worry too much. This is a large-scale flying witch specially made by Eli. Thanks to the accumulation of thousands of years, his mechanical manufacturing is completely different. In terms of these airships alone, creatures below the third ring can hardly deal any damage to the airship. Of course, there is no need to worry about the creatures in the fourth ring, after all, this is a marginal area. In this state, they also gradually entered the depths of the mountains, inaccessible areas. Some troubles also came up. One night, Eli and the others were resting in the airship when they suddenly felt the airship tremble, and then heard a terrifying roar. The huge roar awakened everyone in an instant, and the warlocks got up one after another and went to the window to look out. On the ground directly in front of the airship, a 100-meter-tall giant was roaring towards them. This giant has long hair and has a huge ape-like body. There is only one huge vertical eye on the huge head, which is full of bloodthirsty and curiosity, and underneath is a big bloody mouth. It stood on a mountain, holding a stone with a radius of several meters in its right hand, and threw it at them. The stone streaked through the air like a meteor, and many people screamed, but wind elements appeared around the airship, deflecting the boulder away. There is no doubt that the trembling just now was because of this giant. In a cabin, Alida looked at the scene below, her eyes widened. A cyclops at the level of the fourth ring. It is said that this creature often hunts passing creatures. Are we being targeted? Alida knew this creature. The cyclops is a well-known idiot of the giant family. He has no consciousness, but is extremely powerful. He is the last creature that people passing by here would not want to encounter. Generally speaking, if you encounter this kind of creature, you will pass quickly, even if it is an ordinary fourth ring, you are not willing to face it. So how will Eli respond? She was also curious. Suddenly, the door of a room not far away opened, and Eli was surprised. He quickly came to the front of the airship and looked towards the ground. A cyclops with 4 rings, I heard that the eyeballs of cyclops have unique functions, how lucky. Alida looked at the surprised Eli, the corners of her mouth twitched. This is the 4th ring of the true spirit level, even warlocks of the same level will be afraid. But listening to what Eli meant, it seemed like he wanted his eyeballs. But Alida knew he couldn't make a decision, so she watched Eli announce the decision to stop the airship. Then Eli flew directly out of the airship. At this time, the other real spirit Nicholas that Alida saw also flew out. It seems that 2 people are being prepared. Alida heaved a sigh of relief. 2 true spirits are fine, but she still feels very inappropriate, because the battle with the Cyclops will definitely not end in a short time, and it may attract other enemies, which may put the airship in danger. She didn't understand what Eli was thinking. But when he saw Eli flying down alone, he was stunned. Eli going down alone? Hasn't he been promoted for a long time? Eli looked at the Cyclops below with a look of surprise. After being out for so long, I finally came across something interesting. Cyclops, this is a creature not found on the west coast. Although it is a creature with a strong body, it is said that the eyeballs have unique spiritual power fluctuations, which is very rare. You must know that Eli also has a spiritual power earring, which has not been upgraded for a long time. Seeing Eli's rapid landing, Cyclops also showed a cruel smile, pulled up the 100-meter-long tree on the side, removed the branches, and turned to Eli. Although the opponent was not the Sea Clan and lost the bonus, but facing a one-eyed giant with 4 rings, Eli didn't have the slightest fear. Eli stopped in mid-air, and the icy wind made the wizard's robe flutter. This wizard's robe made of giant octopus in the deep sea was emitting light. Move! Witchcraft rising hurricane. Eli looked at the Cyclops on the ground. The next second, the Cyclops showed a terrified face, and a hurricane rose from the veins of the earth, sending his 100-meter body flying towards the sky, and he couldn't even resist. The people on the airship also looked at this scene and opened their mouths wide. This is not a small animal, but a one-eyed giant with a height of 100 meters. It weighs as much as a mountain, and it just flies up. I'm afraid Cyclops didn't expect that they would one day fly. But all this has nothing to do with Eli, he just looked at the eyeball greedily. In the next second, Eli waved his staff again. Witchcraft wind tornado cut. Countless ground wind elements gathered again, and in mid-air, dozens of hurricanes tens of meters long turned into thin ropes several meters thick, twisting and flying towards the Cyclops. And the Cyclops opened his eyes wide, but he couldn't move at all because he was restrained by the rising hurricane. I can only watch the wind rope approaching a little bit. Tear. Countless blood flew, and the grey skin of the Cyclops was strangled with bleeding marks, as if bound by a fishing net. The Cyclops howled in pain, but he only supported for a few seconds, and the next moment, the Cyclops was cut instantly. Before he had time to resist, Me's body has instantly turned into countless pieces of flesh. The only thing that still exists is a huge eyeball. Countless blood flew like a blood-colored rain, falling towards the ground, with pieces of giant's flesh mixed in it. Eli ignored the scene. Huge eyeballs flew towards him, collected some more Cyclops blood, and returned quickly. Nicholas also followed. Seeing this scene, Alita's eyes widened. A Cyclops died in just a few seconds? This is too scary. This is just promoted? What about cheating ghosts? Alita couldn't calm down for a long time until the spaceship started up again. She faintly felt that this time they went to the central continent, it might cause quite a change. This division is outrageous. And what level is this, Eli? There are still a few months of journey ahead, and she feels that she needs to take a good look at it. But she hopes that there will be no accidents on the road ahead. In fact, Alita thought too much. Originally, she thought that she should be able to arrive in half a year, but in the end it took a full year. It's not that Eli and the others encountered any danger, but that Master Alita would check out whatever interesting things he encountered. Along the way, he had to go down to draw dozens of liters of blood or collect some biological samples when he met the monsters that others didn't want to meet. It was really Dylan who shook his head when he saw it. How could this be crossing dangerous mountains? It was clearly bandits crossing the road, robbing all the way. However, this process also made Alita completely convinced of Eli. This adult is stronger than she imagined. At least the creatures with 4 rings on the road are not as strong as Eli. As for when she asked Eli, Eli's answer also made her teeth itch. I'm just a little MSI warlock who just broke through. She was silent about Eli's words, but she was also relieved, at least this time the rescuers were really strong. But she also has a question, that is, where is the third true spirit? She only saw Eli and one undead spirit, but no other spirits. Very strange. She didn't ask either, which was a bit too much. Of course, apart from the combat power, what shocked her was this airship. At least she had never seen such a powerful airship, witch formations, runes, etc., as if it was newly made. There is such a complete airship. At least for this, the main tower is surpassed again. In such an environment, after a year, they finally crossed the Sawyer Mountains. Looking at the mountain exit not far away, the 3 airships accelerated. At the front, Eli stood at the front, with Hydra on his shoulders and Alita beside him. Alita ignored the new eye-like earrings and Hydra, and asked, "My lord, the exit is ahead, and we are here." I saw. Eli's eyes were calm, and his eyes spanned thousands of miles. He had already seen the Warlock City standing on the edge of the mountain range. If he remembered correctly, that should be their first stop in the Central Continent. Home City. Central Continent, here they come. Speed up again. Eli ordered. Alita on the side was also delighted, she brought back support. I hope the main tower will not be too surprised. Chapter 345. The second volume is completely over. It was much more than I imagined, and I actually wrote almost 500,000 words. This volume, in fact, was not well written. I have been adjusting and making new attempts. Of course, I have learned a lot. I have been writing the book for a year and a half. This volume is the volume that I have the most insomnia, and it is also the volume that I have learned the most. I understand what kind of story to write. However, the results of this paper are really not good, and the average order has been dropping all the time, but fortunately, I survived and can accept all this calmly. Next volume. Center Continent. This volume is to unfold the entire wizard world, whether it is various wizard forces, various races, the legendary wizard tower, the legacy of the wizard, etc. will be unfolded one by one. Of course, many previous characters will appear on the stage. In thousands of years, what will these people become and how will they appear in front of Eli? These are the things that need to be explored in the next volume, and I think about them. And after 2000 years of changes, the West Coast is still a transitional period in this world, so this volume is a complete warlock world, and Eli, who is one of the few, maybe even the only wizard, will happen in this world kind of story. In short, you will know if you continue to read. The name of the third volume is Wizard World the Only Wizard. P.S. Nearly 10,000 words are updated today, ask for a monthly pass, ask for a subscription. Chapter 346. Home City. The magnificent city standing on the westernmost side of the western regions covers an area of tens of acres. It is the only city within thousands of miles of the Suia Mountains. It has stood on this land for thousands of years and is also the oldest in the western regions. One of the cities. This point can be proved by both the city wall that has been replaced several times and the witch array that has disappeared over time. On this day, it was just dawn. Clisson rubbed his sleepy eyes, wearing silver armor and a helmet on his head, all the way to the city wall. As the soldier of Helm City, his duty is to guard the city walls. This day too. After communicating with several other guards with ease, he came to his place, a tower on the city wall, which was the highest end and had the widest view. Scenery as always, as boring as ever. What Clisson guarded was the city wall leading to the Saya mountain range, and what he saw were the warlocks entering and leaving the mountain range and the mountain scenery that had not changed for hundreds of years. And he has been here for 3 full years, he feels a little tired of watching. After watching for a while, his sleepy eyes widened suddenly, as if he saw something wrong. At the exit of the mountain range in the distance, several warlocks ran out of it at this time, and they looked like there was something terrible. No, let's observe first. Cresson's consciousness was instantly concentrated. In recent years, it is not that there have been powerful monsters invading from the mountains, and every time they will cause huge damage. The cold morning air entered his windpipe, making him more focused. I hope not. He looked at the exit of the mountain range, but soon he found that more and more people came out of the mountain range, each running very fast. Something is wrong. At this moment, Cresson understood that something must have happened inside, and he immediately pulled a rope not far away. The rope fell quickly under the pull, and the bell connected to the upper tower rang. Boom boom boom. The bell sounded from the tower, and everything around the city wall seemed to be silent for a second. In the next second, countless noisy voices sounded. Alarm, alert! The warlock on the city wall shouted loudly, and the warlock under the city wall also ran towards the city. In just a dozen seconds, the warlocks on the city wall were ready, and the city wall was already full of weapons. On the ground, there are more warlocks running towards here. I saw a warlock shouting loudly, huge flying object. The guards didn't understand what it meant, but they were more cautious. At this time, the warlocks in the mountains also ran into the city, and then the gate closed instantly. Of course, it wasn't just them. With the sound of the alarm, countless warlocks became tense instantly, and the whole city was mobilized. More than a dozen 3-ring warlocks flew up in an instant, and other warlocks also climbed as high as possible, such as the wizard tower, such as the top of the building. They stared at the mountains. In the center of the city, in a tall warlock tower, in a room, it looks extremely luxurious, with eyes full of gold and charming jewelry, and in the center, there is a man missing an eye. He was dressed in black, tall, with a scar on one side of his cheek from his eyes to his chin, like a centipede. He was the master of the city and the only true spirit, Amanda. At this moment, he also looked out of the window with a puzzled look on his face. What happened? As time passed, the guards on the city wall held their weapons tightly. The warlocks in the city also looked into the distance. At this time, the sun has slowly risen, emitting a dazzling light, and in this light, A silvery white appeared at the exit of the mountain range. What is that? A warlock showed a puzzled look. And the silvery white passed through the mountains little by little, and then slowly appeared in everyone's eyes. A huge silver white flying object. No, there are two more, behind. 3 huge silver white flying objects passed through the mountain range, reflecting light in mid-air with a length of 100 meters, surrounded by force field fluctuations, and their direction was flying straight towards the city of Homes. What is this? The young warlock showed a puzzled expression. The older warlocks or warlocks with more knowledge widened their eyes. Mechanical airship. They were confused. Isn't this thing gone? Are there any forces? The shock was shocking, but they were also relieved, at least it was not a monster. Just don't know where they come from? It couldn't be that barren place on the west coast. Is this the airship? It's the first time I've seen it. Don't say it's you, it's also the first time I've seen your grandfather. In an open space outside the city gate, an old warlock and a young warlock squatted on one side, looking not far away. 3 huge airships stood on the ground, and the fine metal lines on them made their eyes shine. Not only them, there are many people here who are observing at this time, with different thoughts. Hey, who is the warlock in the backward land? Alida looked at a group of warlocks outside the window and covered her face. She never expected that the 3 airships would cause such a big commotion, and they would also attract the crowd of warlocks. It's been like this since they landed here an hour ago. As for all of them, they were ordered to stay on the airship, and Eli was invited to a banquet by the city lord here. At this time, a building in the city center, on the 2nd floor. The lights were bright, and the melodious music was fluttering in it. Dozens of people were neatly dressed, in 2s and 3s, some were chatting, and some were looking at the center of the banquet. Several people were chatting. A total of 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. The woman is a beautiful lady with dark purple eyes and a good figure. She wears a long purple skirt and reveals long white legs, full of charm. One of the men has a scar running through his face, which shows his identity, and the other it is a middle-aged man who looks wide. And the last one, the most curious person of all, is also the inviter of this banquet. A young man who looks elegant and easygoing. Let me introduce, my name is Amanda, the Lord of Home City, the 4-ring true magician. Amanda looked at Eli, and then pointed to the 2 next to him and said, this is Ms. Liliana from the Charm Mansion, this is I'm, the head of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce in Home City. Hello, you can call me Eli, a 4-ring MSI level warlock, from the west coast. Looking at the 3 of them, Eli introduced himself. He didn't expect that an airship would attract such attention. As soon as it landed, the lord of the city came to him and invited Eli to the banquet. Pushing the boat along the way, Eli naturally did not refuse, of course, only himself, Nicholas and Hydra were hidden in the airship, hiding their breath. For newcomers, be cautious. He looked at the 3 people in front of him. Except for Amanda, who was a warlock of the true spirit level, the other 2 were only 3rd rings. As for the forces the 2 belonged to, the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce, naturally needless to say, there are many stories between Eli and him, and the other charming mansion. Eli also knows that it is also a force that provides services and has great influence. Warlocks have an undisguised disadvantage compared to wizards, that is, they will be affected by blood, mania, reproduction and killing desires, among which reproduction is the most, so the Charm Mansion was born. To some extent, this is the Iris Alley of the extraordinary world, but they have also absorbed many powerful warlocks, as well as affiliated and cooperative forces, making them a powerful force. It seemed that this banquet was his first hurdle in coming to the west coast. Eli observed the 3 of them, and the 3 of them naturally also observed Eli. A celibate true spirit. Amanda looked at Eli with deep eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. A true spirit that seems to come from the west coast, it should not be a mainland force, maybe it can be absorbed into the organization. Liliana's beautiful eyes flickered. She came here only after hearing that a true spirit from an unfamiliar area had come to the city. Eli? It doesn't seem to be Herman. Fatim shook his head. He also heard that it was a force from the west coast, so he attended the banquet as quickly as possible. The branch in Home City has always had a task different from other branches, and that is to wait for a man named Herman who belongs to the west coast. It's a pity that he couldn't complete this task this time. For a small banquet, everyone has their own thoughts. After the introduction, Liliana looked at Eli and asked, "My lord is from the west coast. Since he is a true spirit, he shouldn't have any powers. Why don't you join us at the charming mansion? Our powers are all over the central continent. We can give your lord offer the best conditions. The other two also looked at Herman. They were curious about Eli's choice. Generally speaking, in places like the West Coast, few forces would send the true spirit to such a place, and Eli brought a lot of people with him, so they guessed that it should be a force that wanted to move to the central continent. Sorry. Eli shook his head. Liliana blinked her eyes and understood that this should be a warlock preparing to build her own forces. Your Excellency may not know the situation in the western regions. At present, every land in the western regions that can establish forces is occupied by people. It is not an easy task to establish a new force, and it must be recognized by other forces. This is even more difficult, Liliana reminded. Of course I know. Eli nodded. This is also the reason why he is going to the Tower of Blood. It will be troublesome for the central continent to establish influence. Then why don't you join us, my lord? Your lord may not know about us, but the forces in the Charm Mansion are definitely one of the best. Liliana invited again. Wild spirits like this are very rare. It would be a great credit if she could be invited to join. No need. Eli shook his head, then said. There is one thing I didn't tell you, I belong to the West Coast Tower, the Bloodline Tower of the Western regions. As soon as the words fell, Liliana blinked her eyes, a little confused. Blood Tower? Im's eyes lit up, as if he was very sensitive to this word. Chapter 347. The Tower of Bloodline. Liliana was lost in thought. After a few seconds, she raised her head, looked at Eli and asked, My lord, is that the force located in the middle of the western regions? Yes, I belong to this force. Eli nodded. My lord, I was rude. Liliana apologized, but her eyes were deeply confused. She really couldn't associate the words True Spirit Branch and Mechanical Airship with this force, or the West Coast. Even if it's a branch of a big power on the West Coast, it's fine, but the Tower of Blood? A branch of this kind of force has this kind of strength? Outrageous. But regardless of strength, at this point in time, if it is a person from the Bloodline Tower, is it really possible? Liliana's eyes were thoughtful. In addition to some services, the Charming Mansion is also the most well-informed faction in the western regions. Although the Bloodline Tower is a small faction, it has been very lively recently. Maybe she still has a chance to win over. A smile appeared on Liliana's face again. She was professional in this respect. It's okay, in fact, I was just promoted. On the other side, Eli said modestly. Liliana smiled even wider. It turns out that this is a true spirit who advanced independently on the West Coast. It is much more reasonable to not be an expatriate warlock. After all, even if the West Coast is very barren, there is still a chance to emerge a genius or two. Maybe the Bloodline Tower itself doesn't know that there is a true spirit wandering outside. Then you have outstanding talent. I've been here for a long time, and I haven't seen the true spirit on the West Coast. Amanda also praised. Hey, it's time. Eli shook his head. Hey, it's a great talent for the adults to spend time in the promotion of the real spirit. I'm also became enthusiastic. The banquet has started, are you interested in having fun? Amanda said suddenly. Not far away, as time passed, the banquet had already begun, and many people were already dancing on the dance floor. Can I invite my lord to dance? Liliana said to the invitation, showing a nice smile. Of course. Eli nodded. Eli hasn't attended a banquet for a long time, and he actually likes to be in this kind of environment occasionally. Eternals also need entertainment. He stretched out his hand, and Liliana put her white hand on it, and the two walked towards the dance floor. The music was melodious on the dance floor, and Eli dragged Liliana to dance. At the beginning, the two were holding hands. Suddenly, Liliana put Eli's hand on her waist, looked up at Eli and said, It's more suitable for this song for adults. At this moment, Liliana was very close, and Eli could clearly see her eyes, the purple was full of charm, and her slender waist was also very soft. Even Eli had to admit that Liliana ranked among the top 3 women he had ever met. In this way, the two danced on the dance floor, during which Eli could clearly feel her temperature. With a spin, Liliana entered Eli's arms again, but this time she spoke, My lord, are you going to support the main Bloodline Tower? Oh? Looks like you know something. Embracing and dancing, Eli looked at Liliana. At this point in time, my lord should be for the main tower. I heard that they are summoning warlocks from all over the place. Liliana still had a smile on her face. Yes. Eli didn't deny it. Then I invite you to join the charming mansion again. She looked at Eli, her eyelashes trembling. Oh. Eli looked at him, didn't he mean it clearly? It's not easy for your lord to go to support now. The situation of the Bloodline Tower is not good right now. Their opponent is the Manticore family, whose power far exceeds that of the Bloodline Tower. Now there is only one true spirit in the Bloodline Tower. Even if your lord goes to, it's definitely not an opponent. Liliana looked pitifully, as if she was thinking about Eli. Oh, that's it, then I'm going even more. Eli smiled. It seems that adults are still very confident. Liliana smiled. However, if your lord wants to join at any time, you can contact me at any time. We welcome your lord. Liliana temporarily let go of one hand, pulled out a purple crystal from her plump chest, and handed it to Eli. My lord, this is my sign in the mansion. My lord can go to any mansion to contact me through this. Okay. Eli didn't refuse, took the crystal, it was hot and fragrant. At this time, the music also slowly came to the final stage, and Eli slowly let go of Liliana's hand. My lord, there is one more free news, even if it's for my lord. Liliana walked towards the outside of the dance floor, then turned around suddenly, and the long purple dress spun along with it. Oh! There seems to be someone from the Manticore family here, and they may have already heard the news of your lord's arrival. Eli nodded, and then watched the person in charge of the charming mansion leave. Eli looked at the purple crystal in his hand and silently put it away. Kindness with a reason. This Liliana seemed to have a lot of ideas for him. At this time, Eli also slowly walked out of the dance floor, but unexpectedly, a person came over suddenly. Hello, Master Eli. I'm smiled all over his face. Seeing the person in charge of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce suddenly appearing in front of him, Eli was puzzled. What are you for? My lord, you said that you are from the Bloodline Tower on the west coast. May I ask you someone? Of course there will be a reward. I'm looked at Eli and asked. Just ask. My lord, have you heard of Herman? He asked. Herman. Eli blinked his eyes, as if he didn't expect to ask this. A second later, he seemed a little puzzled and asked, how do you know Herman? Herman is the pinnacle of the west coast of our Bloodline Tower. But has been dead for some time. This. I'm blinked her eyes, as if she didn't get such an answer. However, he still nodded and thanked, if your lord needs to replenish some resources in the future, our Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce will be responsible for it. I'm stunned for a moment, but it wasn't dullness, but ecstasy. Finally let him find the news about Herman. As for what this person's state has to do with him. He only knew that once he passed the news to the upper echelons, at least the rewards would definitely be indispensable, and maybe he could be transferred to other prosperous areas. Thank you then. Eli seemed not interested in his question, but his eyes lit up at the resources. Then I will retire, my lord. I can't wait to leave. Eli also looked around, and found that Amanda and Liliana seemed to have left, so he also turned and left. This banquet, he has already got enough news. As long as the resources are replenished and he takes a rest, he will leave here. As for the charming mansion and the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce, we will talk about it later. And he also knew the news that there might be trouble on the road ahead, and the Manticore actually had a stronghold here. However, Eli thought about the power of the Manticore that Alita told him before coming here. It seems that the two strongest are the two Huito level ones. Hassle but not that much trouble. Eli left here silently, ready to go to other places here. And just as he walked out of the building. Third floor. The two stood in a room, watching Eli leave. Amanda, do you want to start? The man who spoke was a man with a long face and dark eyes. Beside him was Amanda who had just left. At this time, Amanda half of her body was hidden in the darkness, smiling. Few people know that there are actually two true spirits in the city of Holmes, one is him, and the other is the man beside him, one is bright and the other is dark. Clin, I tested it, and his aura is indeed a true spirit that has just broken through, and it is estimated that there are still a lot of resources on the 3 airships, which are very valuable, and many of them include warlocks, and they can be sold at that time. Amanda sneered, the scar on her face was a little hideous. As the city lord of an isolated city far away from other forces, and in a chaotic zone, he can build this place like this, but it requires a lot of resources. He invited Eli to the banquet, in fact, to find out the truth. It's been a long time since they encountered such a big product. Kellen, according to the order, it should be your turn to make a move this time. With your nebula level strength, it should be easy. Amanda told him. Okay. Clint nodded. Holmes looks normal on the surface, but you must know that this is a place where many wanted criminals live. In fact, the interior is very dark. And he, Kling, is the darkest of them, at least darker than Amanda. However, it seems that people from the charming mansion and the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce seem to be very interested in that man. Kellen said suddenly. After all, it is a true spirit. These two forces have great influence, but the actual force is not that much. Clement shook his head, and at this time Eli had disappeared from his field of vision. Yes. Clint smiled. And I saw Manticore's people watching outside. It seems that they are going to destroy this support team first. If we don't do it, he won't survive that time. Indeed. Amanda smiled and looked at Kellen. Then I will leave it to you, and I don't care about anything. Of course, my lord. Kellen bent down and left. Amanda looked out of the window with distant eyes. On the other side, Kellen swayed and walked towards the back door, also in a good mood. This vote is done, they can rest for a long time. He came to the back door, opened it, and walked out. The next second, he felt a roar in his brain, as if he had encountered something, and then the whole world fell into darkness. The silver eye was slowly retracted, and Eli confirmed that Klin was dead, put it away in a sack, and put it in the secret realm. Let's solve a problem first. Eli left the alley with a relaxed face, humming a ditty. Early on, he felt that Amanda was not a good person, mainly because he was ugly, so he took a closer look and found the problem. This time they discovered their terrible conspiracy and solved a big crisis. It's terrible. As for Kellen, let him be the executor. I don't know if he is beating the darkness hard. Sure enough, his decision to become stronger and come here was the right decision, otherwise he would be the one who would be in danger, and the silver eye of the Four Rings limit is really terrifying, even a nebula-level warlock couldn't resist it. This evil ability, watered by Eli's life, has become his killer weapon. As for the next Amanda, he didn't bother to care about it, anyway, it seemed that he wouldn't bother him in the future. Comfortable. Chapter 348. Amanda doesn't know that his old friend who has worked with him for many years has died, but he just feels happy thinking that there will be a large number of resources next. In his opinion, wouldn't a nebula-level warlock beating someone who had just been promoted? The gap in the true spirit stage is very large, each stage has a huge gap, the gap of dozens of sources of blood, the same calculation unit as the power of the true spirit. The gap in strength is not a star and a half, it is a geometric multiple of. This is also the reason why there is no essential gap in the fourth ring stage, but the division is more detailed. Even apart from the wizarding world, some worlds completely divide this stage into 3 levels, just to show the difference. The nebula level is at least 3 times more than the source of the bloodline, and the strength is completely different. As for fighting over the next level, that's even more bullshit. Poor Eli, I don't want to be like this either. If you want to blame it, blame this world that eats people. Amanda sighed with pity on her face. The other side. In a building, a room. A small blood basin is placed in the ground. A warlock with his eyes closed is bandaging his right arm, apparently the blood in it he just put. He felt the power of the blood carefully, a blood connection was gradually established in his heart, and a human face gradually appeared on the blood basin on the ground, and he began to speak. What happened? It's actually connected by blood. Swillian said, a little surprised. For warlocks, since the lost method of wizards, they usually use monsters or legs to transmit, but the urgent thing is to use blood connection. The price is that a lot of blood is needed, and it must be the same blood, and the connection has been established in advance. I have to be weak for several days, so unless there are special circumstances, I will not use it. Obviously the opposite side is a little surprised. My lord, there is a sub-tower support from the Bloodline Tower in Home City. The warlock said quickly, he is a warlock belonging to the Manticore family. Oh. The bloody face seemed a little surprised. After a few seconds, he said, it's okay, we fought easily in the main Bloodline Tower, but it's just because other forces are slow to contain it, it's just a sub-tower. However, my lord, there are 3 high-grade mechanical airships in this sub-tower, at least at the 3rd ring level. I think this lord may be interested. Mechanical airship. Bloody Face made a surprised voice, as if he was really surprised. It's nice that we happen to be in need of a gift after a while. Bloody Face fell into deep thought and asked, then what strength? My lord, I don't know. They didn't disembark the airship. The only leader was invited to the banquet, but as far as I know, this seems to be a sub-tower on the west coast. The branch tower on the west coast? Is that the place that was abandoned by the Bloodline Tower? Bloody Face seemed to hear something funny. I will send a force on the road to help. They have a true spirit, which is about the same level as the main tower of the Bloodline Tower, so they can easily complete this matter. The Bloody Face heaved like a ghost, and then slowly disappeared. The warlock put away the blood basin and left. They all looked down on the main tower. What can a sub-tower do? Even sending a force similar to the Bloodline Tower is a bit of a fuss, but this is because the people behind the Bloody Face are very interested in airships. At this time, I don't know how far away it is, there are 6 people sitting at a table in a tent. Suddenly, a man in a corner raised his head, his face was pale, showing a cold smile. Wellington, what happened? The head of the table, a warlock with a square face, looked at the man. Master Jer, a small branch of the Bloodline Tower has come to the central continent to help the Bloodline Tower. The man replied respectfully. Oh, it seems that this sub-tower should be very special, or else there should be no blood connection. At this time, another woman spoke, and she was sitting next to Jer. The 2 of them are the highest combat effectiveness of the Manticore family. Master Gallon, it's because they seem to be carrying 3 high-level mechanical airships, which are very rare and good things. Wellington replied with a pale face. Oh? Airship? That's no wonder. Jerry nodded. This kind of good thing from the wizarding era, they really can't copy it at this time. Then I'll leave it to you. I allow you to mobilize some family resources to get those 3 airships. Jer continued. Yes, my lord. Wellington nodded again. Then everyone didn't mention it again, because there was really nothing to pay attention to for a small sub-tower. After a while, Jesse continued, the next step is to negotiate with the Amina family, the power behind the Tower of Blood. After the resources are divided, we can make the final move on the Tower of Blood. It's really ridiculous. They saved the precious resources found in the Bloodline Tower area for the Amina family, but they were sold backhanded and kept in the dark. Jialan covered her mouth and smiled. The others laughed too. This time it was also a matter of interest that they attacked the Tower of Blood. There is only one reason why the Bloodline Tower is still there, and that is that they have not reached an agreement with the forces behind the Bloodline Tower. As for the Bloodline Tower, no one cares. There is only one true spirit, and everyone present is a true spirit, and they can easily handle the Tower of Blood. As for the summoning branch, it seems to them that they are just dying. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room brightened up. Soon, a message came from Wellington. On the only way to the Tower of Blood, there is a plain where the Four Seasons Garden Warlock Academy stands. In the center is a garden. In the garden, dozens of flowers grow here. The flowers squirm and spray green mist to cover the site. In the mist, there is a small wooden house. Among the cabins, an old man closed his eyes. He looks very old, his face is covered with wrinkles, and his veins are exposed. It can be seen that the blood inside is green, and his legs are entwined with thorns. At this time, a thorn produces flowers, and a letter is spit out. The old man picked up the letter and read it. A branch of the Bloodline Tower, the request is to keep the airship, and I can take other resources at will. The old man suddenly opened his eyes, revealing green eyes. As a subsidiary force of the Manticore family, he received the task. Fortunately, this task is not difficult, at least it is easy for him. Airship? Good stuff. The old man tapped the vines beside him. After a while, a woman walked in. My lord, what are your orders? Pay attention to the sky, there may be a few airships coming here recently, please notify me in time if you find it. Airship? The woman wondered. It's something left over from the wizarding era, a mechanical creation that can fly into the sky with the help of some means. The old man explained. For warlocks of this generation, airships are probably hardly ever seen. Yes, My lord. The woman nodded and left. The door closed, the old man closed his eyes again, and the vines were entangled. Chapter 349. After the banquet, Eli was free to move around in the city, while waiting for the end of the resource replenishment, while directly observing the city on the edge of the Saya Mountains. He observed every place, and also used this to observe the present central continent. 3 days later, he also had a general understanding of the place. From the lease of the flying monsters, Eli learned that the flying objects in the wizarding era have almost disappeared. People rely on legs to travel long distances, land-walking monsters or flying monsters. Only then did he understand why the people in the city reacted so strongly that day. Even in the past few days, some people went outside the city to observe the airship. Eli knew from the relay station that delivered the message that the communication in the wizarding world was also a mess. Long-distance communication is basically only available to the big forces, and there is a price. From the city wall, Eli knew that these people had basically given up using the witch formation. There are many such things, and Eli is also very emotional. And these have a lot to do with the replacement of the bloodline cultivation method, and the mental power of the warlocks has become weaker. Even if they learn something, it is difficult to make it. Simply put, wizard stuff is no longer suitable for warlocks. And just under such observation, the resource replenishment of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce has also come to an end. Eli was ready to move on. The day of parting, outside the city wall. Amanda, Liliana, and I'm all came to see them off. My lord, most of the cities along your road should have our influence. If you need it, you can contact me at any time. Liliana nodded and smiled. Today she is wearing a purple gauze dress and her thighs are strangled. Black stockings. Yet. Eli nodded. Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce, 2. This is my identification card, and I can get a 5% discount in any store. I'm handed Eli a golden card. He has already uploaded the news, and the higher-ups should know about it in a few days. Thank you. Eli took it with a smile. In fact, he still has Jinji's token, and the discount is even fiercer. Amanda stood up straight and said to Eli, Bon voyage. Okay. Eli looked at him and nodded. If he didn't know what you did, he would almost believe it. After saying goodbye, Eli also walked directly to the airship not far away, and got on the airship. After a few seconds, accompanied by the violent wind element, the airship suddenly vacated, and then accelerated away. I'm and Liliana leave. Amanda's eyes were deep. This time Clint hit it so deeply that he hadn't seen it for several days, so he should be preparing for it. My lord, it seems that you are very popular here. As soon as it came up, Alida came over, but her eyes were a little bitter. The reason is that Eli went down alone for several days, and he refused to let them go down. She can understand that it is not enough. After all, their strength is indeed a bit too much. If they all go out, they may scare the warlocks here. At least it is best not to expose it before reaching the Bloodline Tower. It's almost finished, the next step is to go directly to the Tower of Blood. Eli nodded. After a year of long journey, the resources on the Huo airship had to be replenished, and some information was also needed. He has done all these, and he will not stay any longer, but will go directly to the Tower of Blood. That's great. Alida's eyes lit up, and she was finally going back. I hope that there is no major problem with the Bloodline Tower. This time their reinforcements are very strong. Including the original True Spirit, there are a total of 4 True Spirits. Although they still lost to the Manticore, but with the power behind them, it shouldn't be a big problem to survive. And there is Lord Eli. She looked at Eli, although the adults said he was at the microstar level. But she boldly guessed that the Lord might be a character at the nebula level. The speed of the airship was very fast, and it quickly flew out of the area of Home City, and then entered other areas. Although there are many warlock forces in the central continent, each warlock force is supported by a large number of mortals. These mortals basically survive under the protection of the magic power. Eli and the others also try to choose public areas as much as possible, to save trouble. Along the way, Eli also saw traces of the former wizard on the road, and was filled with emotion. Of course, he didn't take the initiative. After all, these have been exposed for thousands of years, and there are almost no valuable parts. In this way, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Eli and the others finally left and entered the western region of the western regions. You read that right, it is the western area. In the past 10 days, they were only in the outer area of the Sawyer Mountains. The wizarding world is not like the West Coast. The area is hundreds of times larger, and it takes a lot of time to travel, so you can imagine that Ali how underappreciated the was sent to the West Coast. And just when he completely left this area. Home city. In a room. Amanda sat to one side, with the warlock standing in front of her. Have you found anyone yet? Amanda asked. Yes, my lord. We have exhausted all means, but we have not found any trace of Mr. Klin. He seems to have disappeared. Warlock Exchange reported. Okay. Amanda's face was gloomy at this time. For a full 10 days, Kellen had no news at all. Counting the previous few days, it was almost 13 days. This is so abnormal. Even if the distance is a little farther, it shouldn't be, a MSI warlock, it shouldn't be. And Amanda doesn't think that the interests of an airship can make Klin, who has cooperated for many years, leave. This is also what he can't understand the most. Where did Krillin go? Has the Kling family contacted? Amanda asked Warlock. Amanda also has a family. I don't know, I sent the Warlock yesterday, so I should know today. The Warlock nodded. Yet. Amanda nodded. Warlock also lowered his head, but he seemed to know something, and his body froze for a moment. He raised his head slowly, and said with an ugly face, My lord, there is news about Lord Kellen. His family has his bloodline soul lamp, and now the lamp has gone out. Amanda's face changed suddenly. There is only one possibility that the lights are out, and that is that Kling is dead. But how could he die? And my lord, the time when the soul lamp went out should be the afternoon of 13 days ago. The warlock continued. As soon as the voice fell, Amanda froze. He raised his head slowly, and cold sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. The afternoon of 13 days ago. Didn't Klim die shortly after leaving his room? Of course, it is also possible to die as soon as you leave. And Kellen hasn't caused any trouble recently, the only possibility is Eli. Kellerman tremblingly picked up the water glass on the table, but he couldn't pick it up. After trying several times, he picked up the water glass, brought the water to his mouth, and took a few sips. Damn it, it's so deep. Ahriman closed his eyes. Eli's strength is absolutely hidden, and it's terrifying. I'm afraid he survived only because Eli didn't bother to mess with him. Is this the branch of the bloodline tower? Amanda's heart was beating fast. Do you call that a branch? Fortunately, he didn't make the move this time. Another month. 3 huge airships are flying in the sky. In the airship, Alida and Eli are drinking afternoon tea, and the sun shines in through the windows. My lord, after crossing this area, with the speed of this airship, we should be able to reach the bloodline tower in another month. Alida said to Eli, still holding a map. Eli glanced at it, also feeling emotional. It's been over a year, and it's finally here. They should be the furthest sub-towers. Alida, tell me you were assigned to go to the west coast for some reason. Eli asked as he was fine. My lord, this is troublesome, Alida seemed to be hesitant, biting her pink lips. It's okay, if there is any problem, maybe I can help you solve it. Eli smiled. If it weren't for Alida, I'm afraid no one would come to the West Coast branch. Okay, my lord. Alida nodded, ready to speak. Clap clap. There was a knock on the door. The two raised their heads at the same time, listening to the knock on the door in the distance. Who will come here at this time? Come in. Eli was also very surprised, saying that no one should come at this time. And the rare time was destroyed, he was slightly upset. The door opened, and a 3-ringed male sorcerer walked in. Oscar, what happened? Eli asked. The man in front of him is the person in charge of the Warlock of the Bloodline Tower this time, and also the Deputy Tower Master of the previous generation of the Bloodline Tower. My lord, a flying monster appeared in front of me, blocking the sky. It seems that the visitor is not friendly. Oscar said. Oh? Which sphere of influence have we reached? Eli asked. And Alida on the side also quickly recovered, came to the map, and then said to Eli, My lord, this seems to be the area of the Four Seasons Garden Warlock Academy, a force with true spirits, weaker than the Bloodline Tower. Her face gradually became serious, and she added, and if I remember correctly, this force has an interest connection with the Manticore family. Oh. Eli's eyes flickered, he never believed in coincidences. It seems that the enemy is coming. If a real spirit makes a move, I will. Eli put down the teacup. Tea time was ruined and he was upset. Alida blinked her eyes when she heard this, and she could hear Eli's displeasure in his tone. I hope this force is a little bit more interesting. Alida prayed for it. Chapter 350. Chrysoia Plain. The territory where the Four Seasons Garden Warlock Academy is located. Because the land here is fertile and the elements are abundant, there are also many magic plants planted here. In addition, the blood of the Four Seasons Garden Warlock Academy is mostly plants, and some processing of the magic plants can also be carried out, which has accumulated a lot of wealth. At this time, in the sky in front of the plain, a dark patch. Hundreds of them are flying in the air like griffins, each of them has the head of a lion and the body of a lion, nearly 5 meters long, with a pair of huge white wings on both sides. They are scattered in the sky like a huge weaving net. And on each griffin, there are 2 warlocks. Except for nearly 53rd rings, the others are also official warlocks with 1st and 2nd rings. On the front griffin is a huge griffin, which is twice as long as a normal one. A warlock stood on it, with dark skin, wearing black leather armor, and a big sword behind him, exuding the mighty aura of a half-step true spirit. There is also a smaller griffin on each side of him. There is a man and a woman on it. The woman is wearing a dark green leather armor and holding a whip. The man's face has complicated patterns and looks very unkind, while everyone is a powerful warlock with the limit of 3 rings. At this time, the female sorceress on the right turned her head, looked curiously at the sorcerer in the center and said, Master Onli, a sub-tower of the Bloodline Tower doesn't need so many of us. The dark-skinned Onli turned his head and said, Necessary caution, I heard that this team is flying an airship, it may be a bit troublesome. Airship? I haven't seen an airship before. I don't know how it compares to our griffin, and it's a bit wasteful to transfer so many of us in just one branch. A sharp voice came from the left, and I saw the man full of the warlock with a patterned face touched his griffin's feathers and said with a disdainful smile. Kublai, don't underestimate these creations from the wizarding era. Anri frowned. Okay, Master Onli. Kabil smiled, but the smile on his face didn't diminish. Seeing this scene, Onli shook his head helplessly. It's not his fault either. After all, he is just a member of the Bloodline Tower branch, even he can't get motivated. That kind of remote coast, I am afraid that there are more than a dozen or 23rd rings, and this airship probably does not know how to find it from the ruins. If you want to blame it, it's because you have no strength and are so ostentatious. He shook his head and sighed. Moreover, this place is too close to the headquarters. The headquarters is a few kilometers behind them. The adults can take action at any time, and there is no possibility of accidents. My lord, here we come. Suddenly, the female sorceress on the right pointed to the front and said. Anri looked past. In the blue sky, 3 huge airships more than 100 meters long appeared in sight, exuding the beautiful light of the setting sun. Looking at the huge airship, Onli blinked. It's so big, it's really oppressive. Ready to fight? He yelled, and the griffin below him howled. Hundreds of griffins made their voices, and hundreds of warlocks became tense in an instant. On one side, Kabil also licked his teeth, with a ferocious face. I don't know if this airship can withstand the attack of the 3-ringed griffin under him, isn't it just a metal shell? The huge griffin camp was instantly ready to go, ready to fight. In the wooden house amidst the green mist a few kilometers away, the only real magician in Four Seasons Garden also opened his eyes. Follow here. The sharp wind was blowing in my ears, and Eli's eyes were calm on the stand in front of the airship. He could clearly see the griffin and warlock in front of him, and feel the malice from them. Alida looked at the calm Eli. Sir, do we need to warn them? Alida asked. It's already like this, do you think it's necessary? Eli just glanced at her. Alida was silent. Indeed, the intention of Four Seasons Garden is too obvious. I heard that the Four Seasons Garden seems to be planted with magic plants. Eli asked suddenly. Yes, sir. Alida nodded. That's great. Eli nodded and stopped talking. As time passed, they were getting closer and closer to the air defense line composed of griffins. In the end, there was only a distance of 500 meters, and the speed of the airship also slowed down. 3 huge airships, hundreds of warlocks riding griffins. Leave the airship and resources, and we can let you leave like that. An Li said loudly without concealing his purpose at all. Apparently all the warlocks in the airship sensed such a big movement, lying on the windows one by one. If Eli didn't allow them to get out of the airship, they would have gone out and slaughtered these warlocks. After these days, they also faintly realized that they didn't seem to be weak. But to the astonishment of An Li and others, the airship seemed to have no intention of stopping and was moving forward. My lord, it seems that they won't compromise. Is it time for us to do something? Kabiliai looked at An Li and smiled. Okay, then let them see how powerful our Griffin Legion is. An Li also nodded. He raised his right hand, and everyone looked at him. I saw him with a stern face, and then said loudly, Griffin Legion, prepare to attack, be careful not to damage the airship too much. Attack! The Griffin flapped its wings, the surrounding air surged, and everyone flew towards the airship. All directions surrounded the airship. And that Kabil even took the lead, the Griffin beneath him was even faster and howled. He is not a fool, but he has learned that basically all airships are mobile tools without many attack measures. An Li stayed where he was, watching the Griffins on both sides rush forward. To him, this was no surprise. In the airship, Alida was a little nervous. It was just his trust in Eli that gave him the courage to stand here, but what surprised her was that Eli seemed to have no intention of making a move. Alida, do you know that there is a difference in how warlocks look at ordinary things compared to former wizards? Suddenly, Eli turned his head and asked. The difference? Alida was puzzled, not sure, is it because you don't use mental power? No. Eli shook his head and said, the only difference is that warlocks always like to judge objects with their own intuition, while wizards like to observe carefully first, and then explore to draw conclusions. My lord, what does this have to do with us? They are already very close. Alida looked nervous. At this time, the nearest griffin was only 30 meters away from her, and she could almost smell its breath. But Eli still said unhurriedly, just like this airship. Airship? Alida looked up. On the surface, it is no different from an ordinary airship. It is just a means of transportation, but it is actually a large witchcraft. Eli said. Alida was a little dazed at this moment, she didn't understand Eli's meaning at all, she only knew that she was very scared, and the griffin was getting closer, only 20 meters away. Click! He suddenly heard a clicking sound, and looking sideways, Eli seemed to have activated a button. Button? Alida suddenly felt the airship tremble, she turned her head and looked to the sides, and saw one hole after another suddenly appeared on the silver airship. There are complex magic lines on. Alida could only see two sides, but roughly estimated that there should be hundreds of them. What is this? Alida was stunned. Not only him, but all the Griffin warlocks were dumbfounded by the scene. Those gun barrels looked very difficult to mess with, and the lit runes on them made everyone feel uneasy. Kabil's eyes widened even more, and he was about to turn around and run. But in the next second, countless bright lights erupted from it, and countless elemental shells shot out directly, passing through the air, and also illuminating the air for several kilometers nearby. Boom! Huge roar! All the warlocks were shrouded in white light, not just this one, the other two ships were also activated at the same time, and the attack instantly enveloped all the incoming Griffin warlocks, and under this attack, all the warlocks on the Griffin seemed to have a kind of native the feeling of being beaten by civilized people, they are indigenous. In the distance, An Li's eyes widened. Countless hardwood grew out of his body, forming a shield in front of him. Further away, the old man instantly jumped up and flew towards this direction. The warlock in the airship was also dumbfounded, he didn't expect that the airship they were sitting in had such a method. The white light lasted for a few seconds and slowly dissipated. Everyone looked towards the battlefield. In the sky, almost all the griffins have been pierced through, with bowl-sized wounds passing through them, each of them widened their eyes, as if they were about to scream, and as for the warlocks, they suffered heavy casualties. Basically the entire army was wiped out, a small number of second-ring warlocks survived, and almost half of the third-ring warlocks died. Only a dozen or so third-ring warlocks were flying in the air. But even if they didn't die, they all looked quite embarrassed. The corpses of the griffins fell towards the ground one by one, like rain, and the survivors of the second ring also fell quickly, and most of them could not fly. Even the warlock Kabiliai who rushed to the front had withstood the most attacks and had already turned into flying ash. The remaining warlocks were full of fear, clutching their wounds and flying towards the back. They didn't expect that this airship would attack, and it was so terrifying. In the distance, An Li put down the shield that had been attacked several times, and the shield was about to be pierced at this time. This. His voice trembled slightly, and he couldn't believe it. Isn't it a flying tool? How can it have such a strong firepower? If it happens again, I'm afraid there will be more deaths. Should I do it? An Li gritted his teeth, ready to move forward. He didn't think this firepower net was a big problem for him. In fact, those three-ring warlocks were too close just now, otherwise they wouldn't have died so many. But before he could make a move, he felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked back and his eyes widened. It was the true spirit of Four Seasons Garden who was holding his shoulder, and his face was ashen at this time. My lord. An Li's eyes widened. This time, I made a mistake in my judgment, which caused so many deaths. The old warlock's expression turned ugly. No one thought that the airship in this sub-tower would be so powerful. Leave it to me next. An Xion's words soothed An Li's emotions. At this time, the remaining warlocks also noticed the arrival of this true spirit, and one looked at him, very excited. Everyone watched the person slowly fly into the sky and looked at the airship. All eyes are focused. Eyes full of anticipation. Chapter 351. The old man's name was Bernard. The four-ring thorn giant demon warlock has been promoted to the true spirit for 300 years. A microstar warlock is also the first warlock to advance to the four-ring garden in Four Seasons Garden. Four Seasons Garden can come to the present, he has a huge credit. Therefore, when seeing so many warlocks died, Bena was already blown up. So many warlocks had to be cultivated for at least 2 to 3 generations before they could be cultivated, but they were killed by a round of attacks from the airship. It's a shame. However, he also judged that these 3 airships are indeed not ordinary, and I am afraid that they can be called the top witch weapons below the 4th ring, and they are even worth no less than some items with the 4th ring. If they get them, they may be able to make up for some of his losses. As he flew up, vines gradually appeared outside his body. The vines were 100 meters long, rolling around him, and then formed a huge plant-like creature, like a big tree. There are hundreds of meters high. At the same time, boundless dark green gas spread from all around him, making the sound of Zirozla. A huge thorn monster appeared behind him, and Bailey stood on the branch of this thorn monster, looking down at the 3 airships. Land down now, and everyone get out. The voice is not loud, but it resounds in everyone's mind. At the airship stand, Eli put away all the elemental cannons. Speaking of it, this is generally something that is installed on attack aircraft, and it is generally used as the most basic weapon for aircraft that serve as large mobile devices in dimensional wars. It is generally not used in the wizarding world, and no one will use it. This mount is tied to the airship. Eli had already expected to leave, and built these 4 airships in the next 500 years, taking 3 away and leaving 1 on the west coast. Because he wanted to make a summary of his alchemy skills, so Eli used everything he could think of. Otherwise, it is impossible for ordinary airships to reach this level anyway. But obviously the real spirit made a move, and the airship couldn't help it. Eli shook his head and flew out slowly. At this time, all the warlocks in the airship were also lying on the window, watching Eli. One side of the Four Seasons Garden. The wounded 3-ring warlock looked at Eli in the sky with resentment in his eyes, and the warlocks who survived the fall on the ground also wailed and looked at the sky, as if they had seen the scene of these warlocks surrendering. In the stands, Alita was also staring at the sky, but she was full of confidence. You are the leader of the Bloodline Tower. In the sky, Bena stood on the body of the giant thorn monster, looked down at Eli, and asked scoldingly. Yes. Eli looked at him calmly. You still have the courage, let your airship descend immediately, and everyone rolls down to accept the prisoners. Bena sneered, and then said to Eli, as for you, I will make your life worse than death to repay our loss. Seeing this haughty look, Eli almost laughed. You are here to block the road, rob, and even want to kill people, and it turns out that they are the main culprits. It seems that you guys are robbing. Eli's face was strange. Humph. As if he had been poked into a sore spot, Bena's face darkened. Boy, you are very courageous, but let me tell you, this world doesn't work like this. Natural selection, the weak prey on the strong, do you understand? Because I am stronger, you have to obey me obediently. That's right. Eli nodded seriously. Bena sneered, but in the next second, Eli suddenly realized, it seems that the Manticore family is indeed stronger, otherwise you wouldn't be a dog. It was as if Benna had been bitten, his face turned black instantly, and the anger in his heart burned like a flame. You. He pointed at Eli angrily. Looks like I'm right, old dog of Manticore. Eli smiled even wider. Bernard's face darkened even more. At this time, the people in Four Seasons Garden were stunned by this scene. No one thought that with just a few words, the situation would become like this. I'm going to kill you. Benna couldn't bear it anymore. The giant thorn monster moved under him, and dozens of 100-meter-long thorns were drawn towards Eli. The air seemed to be torn apart, and the speed appeared crippled. Film. It seems that we can't say anything but do it. Eli smiled, extremely carefree. At this time, the vines of the giant thorn monster were already very close to him, and in the next second, the invisible time field unfolded. Countless fragments of light appeared in Benna's dull eyes. He saw that his vines seemed to slow down a lot, and Eli's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the figure was approaching him quickly. The speed was unreasonably fast. Stop! Benna faintly felt that something was wrong. More vines smashed towards Eli like sea waves, densely packed, like a tumbling snake cave, but what he didn't understand was that whenever the vines approached Eli within 100 meters, the speed of the vines was visible to the naked eye. The speed slowed down, allowing Eli to dodge easily. Wrong. Benna observed carefully and found that there was nothing but vines around Eli, as if the air had slowed down a lot. It's not that the speed of the vines has slowed down at all, but that time has slowed down. The power of time, it's so possible. Benna couldn't understand, but he still realized that Eli might be a true spirit. True spirit? Bernard was stunned. Didn't you say it was a sub-tower? There are still real spirits in the sub-tower. But at this moment he knew that Eli must not be allowed to get close, and more vines instantly covered the sky. But Eli's speed was completely unreasonable, and by the time he realized it, Eli had already arrived in front of his eyes. Eyes on each other. Countless scales appeared on Eli's right arm, as if filled with boundless energy and blood, swung it round, and slapped it towards Bernard's face. Benna faintly seemed to hear the dragon's chant, and saw a shadow covering the sky and the sun. It's a true spirit. At this moment, Benna finally confirmed Eli's strength. The next moment, a slap hit his face. Boom! Benna's head instantly turned into minced meat, and the shadow carried by his palm directly penetrated him, and a huge beam of light 100 meters away was drawn in the distance. On the mountain peak not far from the ramp, half of the mountain top disappeared instantly. A big pussy pocket. Bernard died. The dead body crashed down, and the giant thorn monster under his feet quickly turned black, turning into a mass of rotting plants, and then fell towards the ground together. As you said, the strong prey on the weak. Eli looked at the fallen spirit without mercy. What is this? My lord was slapped to death by a big force. How is it possible? This is definitely a true spirit. Did you tell me this is a sub-tower of the Bloodline Tower? On the ground, the warlocks of Four Seasons Garden were full of fear, completely unacceptable. They couldn't understand, it was just a mission to intercept the Bloodline branch, how could it become like this? Even their own true spirit died. The three-ring warlocks not far away felt even colder all over their bodies. Even Biana was killed. If Eli wanted to kill them, they would have no chance to resist at all. But fortunately, Eli didn't seem to have the intention of killing them, and just returned to the airship. As soon as Eli returned, Alida immediately came over and said, "Congratulations, my lord. It's just a true spirit." Eli shook his head, but this old man really made him very upset. "Sir, shall we go on now?" Alida asked. "Of course not." Eli looked at him and said, "You go and inform all the warlocks, and we will ask for compensation in a while." Ask for compensation. Alida was a little puzzled. Chapter 352. Eli's airship. I knew adults could do it, it's really too strong. That big pussy is really outrageous, who can bear it? Lord Alida is too violent, but I like it. I suddenly feel that the central continent seems to be like that. As a flight journey, many warlocks have witnessed Eli's brutality in the Saya Mountains, but they are not true spirits after all, and they don't have an intuitive understanding. But it wasn't until today that I saw Eli cruelly killing another true spirit, that I didn't understand how powerful Eli was. This is also one of the few entertainments that many warlocks have on the airship. Many warlocks were chatting, and suddenly, the door of the cabin opened, and a warlock ran out, shouting excitedly, "Everyone, get ready, we will land on this force in a while, and take away all valuables when ordered by the Lord. Items, especially magic plant resources, everyone can keep 30% of what they get." "What?" All the warlocks looked at this warlock at the same time and opened their mouths wide. A warlock couldn't hide his excitement, and said, "You mean we're going to go down later and plunder resources?" "My lord said it was for compensation." The warlock replied. "Compensation or looting is no longer important. Everyone is not a fool, so they naturally understand what it means." "Praise Lord Eli!" a warlock said while taking out a weapon. Others also praised Eli one after another. A few minutes later, warlocks in full armor stood out of the hatch, feeling excited. And the same thing happened in the other two airships. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. On the periphery of the Four Seasons Garden, 3 huge airships are parked on the ground. Not far away is the potion planting area of the Four Seasons Garden, and further away is the main city of the Four Seasons Garden. At this time, in the potion field, An Li carefully collected a magic plant, then put it away and put it aside. He looked up and saw how many warlocks in Four Seasons Garden were collecting magic plants, and the collected magic plants were transported to the airship not far away, piled up like hills, and beside the hills meanwhile, Eli is not cleaning up these magic plants. Seeing this scene, An Li was angry and weak. Eli didn't kill them, but asked them to help collect resources as a condition for exchanging their lives. They were in the potion field, and Eli's people were collecting resources in the city. There were hundreds of warlocks. At that time, watching those warlocks come down, he realized that even if Eli was not counted in this sub-tower, the power was quite good. Of course there was resistance, but then that Eli was just a wave of mental power passing over the city, and basically everyone fell into a coma, allowing Eli's people to search for resources, and there was no resistance at all. The only thing to be thankful for is that Eli's men who did not kill. "You fucking manticore!" An Li cursed inwardly. If it weren't for this superior force, how could they have become like this? The true spirit died and the resources were looted. I am afraid their situation will be even worse in the future. A branch? Henry thought it was a joke. He glanced at Eli, the powerful four-ringed true spirit, and the warlocks belonging to the Blood Tower in the distance are also returning in a large area, among which the proportion of 3-ringed warlocks is also high, and there are 3 high-level mechanical airships. You call this a sub-tower? He even felt that this was a conspiracy by Manticore and wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of them. The central continent is different. I have never seen many magic plants. On the other side, Eli smiled as he looked at the large number of magic plants. Compared with the central continent, the west coast was once the territory of the dark wizards. In terms of cultivating and planting potions, the white wizards were better. Therefore, the potion resources of the central continent surpassed that of the west coast. His level of potion science has not been improved for a long time, and with this batch of potions, he may be able to go a step further. Of course, apart from him, other people have also gained a lot. I believe that after this looting, many people's strength will be improved. At this time, Oscar walked over not far away, and handed Eli a ring. My lord, here are the items in the secret vault of the Four Seasons Garden, all in this ring. Secret vault. Eli was a little interested. Open the ring directly. The space inside is smaller than Eli imagined. It is about a 5x5 space, but there are quite a lot of resources inside, about hundreds of top-grade magic stones, some bloodlines stored in advance, some books, then there are some weapons used by warlocks. In the end, after taking stock, there were probably 3 Elis who were slightly interested. A couple of books on potions, 2 feathers, and maybe a goggle. Among them, the books on potion science were not expected by Eli, but considering that the Four Seasons Garden is a force related to magic plants, it seems reasonable, and these books are mainly related to the cultivation and planting of plants, which can be regarded as a supplement to Eli. The 2 feathers are nearly 1 meter long, the inside is white, and the outermost circle is cyan. Even when Eli touched it, he could feel the icy wind element. The grade is not low. Eli guessed it is the feather dropped by the 5-ring monster. I don't know where the Garden of Four Seasons got it from. Eli intends to use it as a basis to refine a 4-ring witch weapon to enhance Eli's mobility. As for the goggles at the end, it's more interesting. This is a 4-ring witch tool, but some of the runes have been damaged. It should be usable after repairing it. It should be collected by the Four Seasons Garden. After all, at the stage of the four-ring witch tool, the spiritual power is extremely high, isn't it? Warlock can use. Of course, warlocks may not be willing to use it now, they pay more attention to the cultivation of their own blood and their own physical weapons. It seems that the quality is not low, let's leave after repairing it. Eli made an impromptu decision. This time his harvest is not small, and other warlocks have also gained a lot. After all, this is the resource of a true spirit level force. Although it is only the main city, you must know that there are only a few hundred of them. Only 30% is also huge. They take a little time to digest. Oscar, make some arrangements, we'll leave in 3 days. Eli said. Yes, my lord. Oscar nodded. At this time, Alida also walked over not far away, with a smile on her face, obviously gaining a lot. 3 days passed in a flash. Eli fixes the goggles. The name of the goggles is Pioneer Goggles. The effect is to enhance the defense of the organs, and it can also keep the wizard clear and calm in any environment. The effect looks ordinary, but it is actually quite good. Eli also likes it, so he put it on the spot. A little more security. And in these 3 days, Alida, who was in the late stage of the second ring, reached the limit of the second ring from the late stage of the second ring. In addition, 5 second rings advanced to the third ring, and 21st rings advanced to the second ring. This is also normal, after all, this is a warlock resource land, most of the resources harvested this time are warlock resources, and those who could board the airship are basically the elites of the Bloodline Tower. Resource. And this plunder also made all the boredom accumulated by warlocks in the past year disappear. Even Eli felt that these people had a lot more faith in Eli, probably increased by several hundred units. Eli understands very well, who would not like a boss who takes everyone to eat meat without risk. After collecting all the resources, Eli waved his hand. Walk. On the same day, with the sound of the airship starting, the 3 airships set off again. In the Garden of Four Seasons, the warlocks of the Garden of Four Seasons who had regained their freedom looked at the messy territory, and they also lost their voices in pain. Weep together. A wrong choice completely ruined Four Seasons Garden. Chapter 353. Just as the Eli airship left. On a mountain 5 kilometers away from Four Seasons Garden. 5 warlocks stared at the leaving airship, 3 men and 2 women, dressed gorgeously, but they looked not young, and everyone's aura had reached the 4-ring true spirit, they belonged to the nearest forces of Four Seasons Garden, are the strongest of each force. But at this moment, several people looked at the leaving airship and breathed a sigh of relief, as if the devil had left. Hey, I finally left. One of the old warlocks clutched his chest. Indeed, old Bernard died so easily. I don't know who that warlock is. He looks kind and has such powerful methods. Another old woman in a purple warlock robe nodded in agreement. Several other people also expressed their opinions, but they were much more relaxed. They noticed it a few days ago when the Four Seasons Garden was in full swing. Although they were very curious about what they were going to do, the Four Seasons Garden was generally very law-abiding, so they ignored it, but when they felt the fluctuation of the true spirit battle, everyone was shocked. And when they came to the area of Four Seasons Garden, they were even more stunned after knowing what happened there. Old Bernard was slapped to death. The surrounding forces are actually similar, and they feel that they are not much stronger than old Bernard. If this strongman wants to attack them, no one can stop him. Several people were naturally afraid. So the 5 forces automatically joined together, but fortunately, it seemed that the warlock didn't have any other thoughts, and just left after collecting the resources of the Four Seasons Garden. I've already found out the reason. The Manticore family seems to want their airship, so they ordered the Four Seasons Garden to stop it. A warlock shook his head and said. That's it, it must be a miscalculation of the strength of this team. The warlock next to him shook his head. I have another interesting piece of news here, do you want to hear it? Suddenly, the old man who spoke first raised his head and asked, his face seemed a little unnatural. Let's talk. Several people were naturally very interested. This group of people are sub-towers of the Bloodline Tower, and they seem to come to help the main tower. The old man paused every word, even his eyes were full of confusion. The voice fell. The others also stopped talking, obviously this was a path they hadn't thought about. As for the Tower of Blood in their hearts, isn't that a power almost on the same level as them? It's no wonder that the Manticore family noticed them, not that the Manticore had a conflict with the Bloodline House because of resource issues. A warlock suddenly realized, but then changed the subject. I don't know if they know about the bloodline tower. The branch actually has this kind of strength. Obviously I don't know. A warlock said. The others looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Normal sub-towers may have this kind of strength. Now the Manticore should be very angry, just lost a subordinate force, and it's still a resource-based force. The old man sneered, he didn't seem to be on the side of the Manticore. This time the Manticore robbed resources, which made them, who are also masters of small forces, feel a bit of sadness. They even hoped that Manticore would fail, but that was obviously not possible. Even if this warlock kills Banar, Banar is already very old and his strength has declined. Eli's strength is estimated to be starry or nebula. This kind of strength is enough for them, but Manticore has Huio level strong. Still too. There is no chance of winning. As soon as this topic came up, the emotions of several people were also a little low. After chatting for a few words, they left one after another and went back to their respective homes. What? In the tower of a wizard from the Manticore family, Wellington jumped out of his chair after an exclamation. At this time, there was a warlock with 3 rings standing not far from him, but this warlock was sweating coldly. Repeat what you just said. Wellington walked up to the warlock a few steps and grabbed him. My lord. Under the aura of the true spirit, the warlock felt as if his whole body was being pricked by countless needles, and tremblingly said, My lord, the 4 Seasons Garden Biana died, and most of the resources of the power were taken away, and it was the sub-tower. Boom! Warlock was thrown straight away, slamming into the wall with a bang. Damn it! Wellington cursed, and then he slapped his palm on the table, causing the table to fall apart. He never expected such a thing to happen. In his opinion, it should be very easy for a true spirit force to deal with a sub-tower, but it was actually killed, and most of the resources were plundered afterwards. The most outrageous thing is, who can tell him why a branch actually has a magician at the level of a true spirit, or a tower of blood? Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. But since it had happened, it was time for him to think about how to remedy it. You can't tell Jer or Lord Galen about this. After all, 4 Seasons Garden is the most important supplier of magical plants to the Manticore family. A large number of magical plants are still very important to the Manticore family. According to the rules, he should not let the 4 Seasons the garden shot, but it happened that the 4 Seasons Garden was the most recent. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? An unknown one may be a star or nebula level warlock. Wellington guessed. He is a nebula level warlock, but it is not enough to face this unknown enemy. Thinking of this, he looked at the warlock who had just got up on the side, and said, You immediately go to the Lyria's warlock family, Halma Warlock Academy, and the Mercury family, and tell their true spirits to come to me. I have something to do with them. Discuss. Wellington said in one breath the 3 subordinate forces of the Manticore, each of which is a warlock with a true spirit, and a force of the same level as the bloodline tower. Since he might be a bit shaky on one, how about 3 more true spirits? He wants to get back what Eli took from him. Yes, my lord. The warlock held his chest and lowered his head. Keep it secret, don't let others know. Wellington didn't want those people to know his failure for the time being, until he made up for his mistakes first. Yes. Warlock nodded and left. Watching the warlock leave, Wellington felt uncomfortable looking at the messy house. It's all to blame on this shit sub-tower. The sub-towers are a fart, the main tower is not so powerful. Harem City. In a room. The room is luxurious, the floor is covered with soft earth demon bearskin, there is a large bed in the center, and purple or pink veils are hung on the surrounding walls, and the air is filled with the smell of good perfume. Liliana stood barefoot on the floor, her body was only wearing simple underwear, and a large area of white and greasy skin was exposed. At this moment, she was holding open letters one by one, her purple eyes blinked, and her pink lips were wide open. Eli easily killed Benna, the true spirit of 4 Seasons Garden, and then plundered a lot of resources and left, with an estimated strength of nebula level. Is it that powerful? Liliana put away the envelope. Since Eli Ulet, in fact, she has used the huge information network of the charming mansion to observe the whereabouts of the airship. After all, it is the true spirit she intends to win over. It looks a little stronger than I thought, and it seems that the rating will be raised. Liliana thought about it. Not enough. Even so, he is still no match for the Manticore. It seems that I need to ask my teacher for help. If we keep him at a critical moment, we should be able to let him join us. Liliana seemed to think of something and smiled. She has already reached the limit of the third ring, and now she lacks one credit. Maybe the opportunity to break through lies with Eli. Thinking of this, she immediately picked up the letter paper, then lay down on the bed, with her white legs raised, and began to write. After a few minutes, she finished writing the letter. Get dressed and leave the room. Outside the room, a maid stood aside. Help me deliver this letter to my teacher. Liliana handed the letter to the maid. Yes. The maid nodded and left quickly. Not long after, a flying eagle left the city of Holmes. The lord of the city, the wizard's tower, Amanda watched the eagle leave the charming mansion and return to the room. Eli, Eli. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. At the same time, he also learned about Eli today. This guy really hides his strength. Clynn probably killed him. What a shame. Amanda sighed deeply. Count yourself lucky. Chapter 354. Night. The crescent moon hangs high above the sky, shedding layers of silver frost. In the airship, Eli finished his meditation as usual, and then came to the stands. Looking at the scenery rushing by on both sides, Eli took out the map and judged the distance between himself and the Bloodline Tower. It should be there in 10 days. At this time, half a month has passed since the Four Seasons Garden incident, and this half month has been very smooth. But Eli understands that success is only temporary. Judging from his actions of destroying the Four Seasons Garden, the Manticore family may have new actions. But he is not too afraid, nor will he run away. Some things cannot be avoided. If he wants to gain a foothold in the Bloodline Tower of the Central Continent, the Manticore cannot be avoided, unless Eli chooses to form a force by himself, but that is actually more troublesome, and may not be easier than solving the Manticore. A stable environment has never been achieved by hiding, but by fighting for it. But after solving it, I have to consider my next path. Eli thought. At his stage, it is already the second half of the fourth ring road. The next road should be taken in this way, which is also a question for him to think about. Therefore, he needs some information about the fifth ring road. Even if there are no specific details, he should know the following: what is the road? But there is no need to be too anxious about this, he is only at the sun stage, and he is still far away from breaking through. And he has a lot to do next. Hill needs an area for planting, Hydra needs resources with the same attributes to upgrade, the belief system of the mermaid clan is too rough and needs to be dug and researched deeply, and Dylan's remains. There is a long way to go. Eli sighed. Speaking of which, since landing, it seems that Dylan hasn't looked for him like this, and has been in the secret realm with him. Thinking of this, Eli stepped into the secret realm. The area where Eli walked in was Hill's area. As soon as he entered, Hill hung down his green branches and stretched towards Eli. You've already arrived in the Central Continent. You should feel the strong elements around you. When you get there, you can take root somewhere. Eli comforted. Speaking of which, Hill could have broken through a long time ago, but he has been limited by the environment for more than 1,000 years. The power accumulated in his body has even reached as much as the middle stage of the third ring, but the essence is the peak of the first ring, which is the original tree life. As long as it grows, otherwise it will be Eli's first subordinate who is suffocated by the environment. Hearing Eli's comfort, Hill stretched out his branches as usual, every green leaf was like emerald. As for Hill, not far away, there is Hydra lying down. He was placed in the secret realm by Eli, and he was sleeping at this time. Grown-ups. At this time, a shadow drifted over not far away, it was Nicholas, and he was also arranged in the secret realm. Well, I came in to see Dylan, where did he go? Eli asked. Dylan? He seems to be not far away. The situation doesn't feel right. You may really have to take a look. Nicholas said. Oh. Eli asked suspiciously. What a big problem a mechanical creature could have. Out of lube? After a while, Eli saw Dylan. Dylan was lying flat on the ground at this time, with nothing to love. He kept chanting, I can't feel it, I can't feel it, like a repeater. It does seem to be a problem? Eli was a little surprised. You must know that this silly dog has been delayed by him for more than 1,000 years, but now he has come to the Central Continent and started to languish. Dylan, what happened? Eli walked over and asked. Hearing Eli's voice, Dylan turned his head and cried, Eli, I can't feel it, I can't feel it. Can't you feel anything? Eli asked. I can't perceive my body. Dylan stood up, his whole body trembling mechanically, raised his head and said to Eli, as soon as I arrived in the central continent, I tried my best to perceive my body, but I couldn't feel it at all. My body must have been destroyed over time. Dylan's tone was sad, and the blue mechanical eyes kept flickering. Eli also looked weird, but he still comforted him. Could it be too far away from you, and you are too weak to perceive it? Dylan. But after this explanation, Dylan seemed to have found some comfort, and suddenly stood up and looked at Eli. Eli, what you said makes sense, it must be so. Eli smiled, because he had encountered the same situation, just like when he was on the west coast, he couldn't perceive the central continent. Dylan was also too anxious. After all, this is his only sustenance, and it has too much influence on him. Even if Eli tells other reasons, he may accept it without hesitation. Dylan, who was comforted, returned to normal again and was in a happy mood. Eli, don't worry, when I find the body, I will definitely. Before Dylan finished speaking, Eli stretched out his hand to signal him to be quiet. What's the matter, Eli? Dylan asked curiously. There are enemies coming. Eli narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he saw something funny. The enemy. Dylan's eyes immediately became serious, and then he left without looking back, shouting while running, Eli, come on. The corner of Eli's mouth twitched, and Dylan became more and more skinny after staying with him for a long time. However, he sensed that there were 4 people outside, and it would be no problem to win, but there was still a 1% risk of being injured, and there was an airship, so this time he couldn't be alone. He flew towards the secret place and shouted at the same time, Hydra, Nicholas, be ready to fight at any time. Nicholas immediately raised his head, and the sound of death hovered behind him, while Hydra opened 4 pairs of eyes. The 4 colors exuded unique colors, and the 4 elements around him were entrenched around him. He raised his head and neighed. Eli flew towards the outside first, followed by a synthetic beast and an undead. At this time, under the moonlit night, the 3 airships were stagnant in mid-air, and in front of them was a huge dream-like wall. This wall was psychedelic in color and its height reached several hundred meters, completely blocking the way forward of the airships. And with the twilight of the high wall, 4 figures floated in front, 3 men and 1 woman, 1 in front and 3 behind. The leader among them was of course Wellington, wearing a black robe, his face was as pale as snow, and his eyes were extremely cold, like ice in winter. The 3 people behind him, one is wearing a khaki armor, the body is 3 meters high, the other is wearing a crown inlaid with gemstones, wearing gorgeous clothes like a king, with golden eyes, like a lion, and one is a woman, wearing a lavender dress. A pair of huge wings flutter behind him. The color of the wings seems to be dreamy, like purple, black, or blue, extremely weird, just like the high wall behind him. The 3 were the 3 true spirits invited by Wellington. The 2 men were at the Fangxing level, and the sorceress was at the Nebula level. Wellington paid a huge price to invite the 3 of them. Eli, I hope you won't disappoint me. Wellington looked at the airship in front of him with a cruel smile on his face. The other 3 were also staring at the airship, but no one spoke. Before they came, their purpose was already clear, and that was to kill Eli. As soon as Eli appears, he will be greeted by an attack from 4 people. Several people stared at the airship, and suddenly felt a wave of real spirit flashing, and their eyes lit up, knowing that the enemy was coming. But in the next second, 2 breaths burst out again. It is also a true spirit. Several people's eyes widened at the same time. Etc. 3 breaths? Besides Eli, are there other spirits in the airship? Several people's eyes became serious, and they stared at the airship. 3 figures flew out. Chapter 355. Under the moonlight, 3 figures appeared in front of the 4 of them. The one at the front, with a handsome face, was wearing a black wizard robe, which shone with a unique color. The threaded staff in his hand shone with a unique color, and his eyes were even more shining, making the 4 of them feel uncomfortable. There is no doubt that this is Eli. Because compared with him, behind him are 2 inhuman figures. One of the tiny figures grew gradually with the moonlight, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge snake over 100 meters long. The giant snake had pitch black scales, shone with the unique color of the shadow, and had 4 heads. The 4 heads are also very unique, with different eyes. The center one is black, and the others are red, blue and cyan. At the same time, shadows, flames, ice, and storms follow, just like ancient demons. The other figure was also tens of meters tall, with a grey body like a huge cloak, in which one could faintly see countless undead looking at them, and the mental fluctuations that emanated even made the surrounding moonlight rippling, as if it were real or unreal. Among them, Eli was at the front, with two figures on both sides. The three figures stared at the four people in front of them at the same time. Frown. The three people behind Wellington frowned at the same time. Three true spirits? This is not a true spirit, as Wellington said. Wellington, are you sure this is the sub-tower of the Bloodline Tower you are looking for? The armored true spirit asked Wellington not far away, with a bad tone. That's right, this is not the strength that a sub-tower can have, and the three true spirits, you lied to us. The warlock like a king also hoped that Wellington could give him an explanation. The woman, on the other hand, said nothing, but her face was serious. What the three of them didn't know was that Wellington was also in a daze at the moment, and his mind was in a mess. He was even wondering if he had found the wrong person. However, Eli's outfit is the same as in the description, and there is also an airship, which shows that they have found the right one. But doesn't this mean that these three true spirits are all sub-towers of the Bloodline Tower? They actually hid their strength. Is this reasonable? It's so unreasonable. Wellington felt that the worldview was going to be broken, three true spirits, and then a sub-tower located in a place like the West Coast? It's just that the top forces in the western regions are not so arrogant. Do you call this thing a sub-tower? Are you Eli? Wellington asked uncertainly. You all came here, why don't you know I have a face? Eli smiled. 2 nebulae, 2 stars. Not a small battle. However, judging from the appearance of this bloodline, the 4 of them should not belong to the same force, and most of them are affiliated forces. After coming to the central continent for a while, Eli also realized that the forces here seem to be basically one layer after another, and the situation is much more complicated than before. Wellington, you must give me an explanation. Hearing Eli's confession, the warlock in armor asked loudly. This is too different from what you said. With 2 more true spirits, our troubles will increase a lot. We need an explanation. The woman in purple also spoke this time, obviously dissatisfied with Wellington's concealment. Guys, I was also deceived this time. Who would have thought that a sub-tower could be so powerful? Wellington felt troubled for a while, but he had to stabilize the 3 helpers. Eli watched quietly from a distance. It would be better if they collapsed inside themselves. Everyone, you don't need to worry too much. The 2 non-human creatures behind you seem to have just been promoted. Zisha and I will deal with Eli, and the other 2 can easily resolve the battle. Wellington reassured. At this time, he was very fortunate to have found 3 people for safety. If there was only one person, he might be in trouble. That's what I said, but we still have risks. The armor warlock frowned. 4 teams against 1 was risk-free, but now it's 4 against 3, so it's different. After pondering for a few seconds, the warlock said leisurely, I need to add money, 4 times. Okay. Wellington's mouth twitched. I want twice as long, I want the undead crystal and the corpse of a monster. Said the warlock like a king. Twice, I want what's on this Eli. The woman added. The 3 expressed their conditions tacitly. Wellington's face was dark at this time. In order to make up for his mistakes, he had already paid a huge price. If he doubled it again, his net worth would not be able to bear it at all, unless he asked for help from the family, but the family is not monolithic. It's hard to help him, especially if it's his own private operation. But if he doesn't agree today, I'm afraid the 3 of them will turn around and leave. He is afraid that he will die here today. Okay. After more than 10 seconds, Wellington gritted his teeth and agreed. With this promise, his life's accumulation is gone, and it may take hundreds of years to come. Seeing that Wellington agreed, the 3 nodded. This is taking advantage of the fire, and they naturally understand that Wellington didn't realize it, otherwise, it would be their family's Huito-level warlock who made the move, not them. After all, who would have thought that there are actually 3 true spirits in a sub-tower, which is a bit outrageous. As long as the main tower is as strong as the sub-tower, the current situation will not be as bad as this. Everyone, I have received the benefits. I hope everyone will work hard. Wellington, who paid a huge price, looked at the 3 of them. That's natural. The 3 said at the same time, looking at the three of Eli. The strength is very strong, but they are not their opponents yet. Wellington also turned his head, and looked at the three of Eli again, with hideous faces. At this time, his hatred for Eli had reached its peak. Eli saw the reconciliation of several people, turned his head to Nicholas and Hydra and said, "You deal with those 2 star warlocks, and I will deal with those 2 spirit nebula level 1s, just hold on for a while, I will settle the battle soon." "Yes." Nicholas nodded. Hydra was drooling, looking at the true spirit in the distance. He was hungry. After the instructions were over, Eli turned to look at Wellington and said, "You shouldn't mind if we fight a little further away. After all, if the airship breaks down, it will be a big loss for you." "Yes." Wellington thought of his debt this time, and did not refuse this time. The 7 true spirits flew towards the distance in a tacit understanding, and stopped after a full dozen kilometers. One stop. In the next second, the source of blood of the 4 people on the opposite side erupted instantly. Boom! The man in the armor instantly turned into a giant 200 meters high, and roared towards Eli and the others. Pieces of rock outside his body were covered with armor, and then a huge stone pillar was held in his hand as a weapon. Bloodline, mountain giant. And the warlock, dressed like a king, transformed suddenly. A 50-meter-long male lion appeared in mid-air, with golden flames burning on its golden mane, red gold eyes, and a red gemstone on its forehead. Bloodline, blazing lion. The woman is a wizard. A purple light flashed, and a huge butterfly appeared in the sky. The huge wings were 100 meters long. When it was gently fanned, a strong wind rose up under the ground, like a natural disaster, and the patterns on the huge wings consisted of 2 huge white eyes, exuding the power of confusion, blood, dream butterfly. Wellington also transformed into an equally huge giant lion, but his face was like a human face, and behind him was a thick scorpion tail covered with purple lines. The poisonous gas emitted was enough to corrode the surrounding air and blood vessels. Manticore. In an instant, under the moonlight, 4 huge figures appeared, staring at the three of Eli. Nicholas' body expanded rapidly to a size of 100 meters, but Hydra didn't need to change. Eli looked at the 4 of them, covered by countless shadows, and the shadows dispersed again in the blink of an eye. A huge shadow dragon appeared in mid-air, with countless shadows wrapped around it. The huge dragon pupils exuded golden flames, and the shadows at the corners of the scales were like flames. Cover. And his body size has reached 500 meters. Compared with the time in Morning Star, it has become more than 3 times larger. The 4 people stared at by the Chigen Longtong felt chills. This body type. Things seem a little off. Chapter 356. Seeing the huge shadow dragon that was several times the size of their own, everyone gasped for breath, faintly feeling bad. 500 meters. The huge mountain giant made a dull voice, and his huge eyes were full of confusion. The size of the bloodline avatar actually has little effect. The main reason is that the bloodlines are different, and the size of the changed avatar is naturally different, just like he is the weakest of the 4, but his body is the largest, reaching a size of 200 meters. But the creature in front of him, although he didn't know what his bloodline was, actually had an exaggerated size of 500 meters, which was bigger than him. This made him a little bit uncomfortable. The flames burning around the blazing lion are also constantly swaying, obviously his mind is also fluctuating. On the contrary, the warlock transformed into a psychedelic butterfly is still calm, just flying in the air. You don't need to be afraid. As far as I know, his blood is an ancient dragon, so he is huge. Although Wellington didn't know Eli's blood, he knew that he had to do something, at least fool him first. After Wellington finished speaking, the few people obviously settled down a lot. Let's attack together. Wellington let out a roar, and rushed towards Eli, followed by the others. But the mountain giant only ran a few hundred meters before seeing a huge green fireball in front of him, exuding an icy temperature. He dodged quickly, and the flames flew quickly, hitting the mountain behind him. Immediately, flames covered the mountain and burned wantonly. The creatures on it seemed to be fine, but they died one by one, and their souls were burned to death. The mountain giant rock wrinkled his eyelids, looked up, and Nicholas looked at him. Your opponent is me. Nicholas said calmly. For more than 1,000 years, he is also reflecting on himself. The experience of wizards in the past made him feel that the way of undead used to be monotonous, and with the help of Eli, he initially created the witchcraft belonging to the undead, the necromancy system, which was just now a witchcraft. He is also seeking to be stronger, and he doesn't want to be pulled too far away by adults. In fact, one adult is enough for today's battle, but they still let them take action. My lord is actually trying to adapt us to the battle between true spirits. Nicholas sighed, looking at the mountain giant with colder eyes. Even if a wizard becomes an undead, it is not something a warlock can insult. In the next second, countless undead flames flew towards the mountain giant, and the mountain giant smashed the stone pillar in its hand. The battle begins. The other side. The roaring Hydra directly ejected 4 beams of light with a length of 100 meters, with different elements, and attacked towards the blazing lion. The blazing lion fired back, and a flame spewed out of its mouth, like a cannonball that destroyed the world. In the next second, the attack was counteracted. And Hydra has come to the blazing lion, and directly climbed up, melee. The lion roared, and the giant snake neighed. Although Hydra's energy level is a bit worse, but the fighting instinct is not bad at all. Synthetic beasts were originally created by wizards to fight, and the fighting instinct is imprinted in its core. On the other side, the manticore and the psychedelic butterfly rushed towards Eli. The huge manticore took the lead, with each step spanning tens of meters. The trees on the ground were easily destroyed, and the smoke and dust raised were as high as 100 meters. He opened his mouth, stretched out his sharp claws, and grabbed Eli. During this time, Wellington learned a lot about the West Coast, and he was very clear about the environment there. The elements are far inferior to the central continent. Even if it is at the level of Hu, it may take at least 1,000 years. However, he observed that Eli's vitality is quite abundant, just like the rising sun. He is at the peak and most energetic time of the warlock, and can reach the nebula level. Already genius. Although the size is a bit outrageous, some creatures are naturally huge, which cannot be said. Eli, let me see how strong you are. Wellington roared. Eli looked at Wellington, who was rushing towards him, with the shadow of the dragon's tail entangled behind him, and smashed towards Wellington. It is covered with scales, long and thick, like a long whip magnified countless times. There was confidence in Wellington's eyes, and the next second, the sharp claws collided with the dragon's tail. The huge pupils shrank suddenly, and he felt a huge force coming from the dragon's tail, and it was accompanied by a powerful shadow force, which was not at the same level as his power. How is it possible? Wellington couldn't believe it. In the next second, his huge body flew out from the opposite direction like a cannonball. The connected mountains passed through bang bang bang, and finally embedded in a huge mountain. The blood outside the body flowed out like a waterfall, nourishing the earth. How is it possible? Wellington climbed out of the mountain and looked at the shadow dragon Eli in the distance with a confused expression on his face. How could it be so powerful? How can you be so good? Not far away, the psychedelic butterfly also retreated quickly, looking at Eli cautiously. The estimated strength gap is too large, and Wellington can be sent flying so far with one blow, which is not quite right. Zisha, let's go all out together, this guy is not quite right. Wellington came to the side of Phantom Butterfly at this time, and said with blood. Okay. The psychedelic butterfly made a sound. In the next second, the eyes on her huge wings lit up, like 2 moons, countless purple dream bubbles appeared in a radius of several kilometers, and illusions separated from reality appeared one after another, and both Eli and Wellington pull into the fantasy space. I will cover you. With the appearance of the environmental space, the figure of the psychedelic butterfly turned into countless bubbles and disappeared from the vision of the two of them, Eli. And Wellington was also surrounded by countless bubbles, disappearing from sight. Illusion. Eli looked down, the original ground eye had turned into a dreamlike lake, the reflection inside Eli was distorted, and at the end of his vision, there were also false illusions, as if he was already in another world. Interesting. Eli pursed his lips, and the dragon's eyes gradually changed from gold to silver. With the use of the silver eye, Eli's vision changed drastically. The illusory dream receded like a bubble, and not far away, the manticore transformed by Wellington slowly approached Eli, tiptoeing, with a funny sense of a giant drinking tea with a human teacup, while the air around they were purple illusory discs, and he saw the psychedelic butterflies walking through them. Eli smiled. It seems that the silver eye is strong enough. Of course, the illusion is still there, but Eli's vision has changed. He looked at the manticore calmly, motionless, but the breath of the shadow dragon had already started silently preparing. In the field of vision of the two, Eli stood there blankly, as if he couldn't see anything. Why are the eyes changing color? Is it because you have been delusional too deeply? Zisha, who was hiding in the passage of illusion, was a little puzzled. He observed the color change of Eli's eyes. At this time, Wellington was very close to Eli, only 100 meters away. Wellington's scorpion tail was also raised high, and he was accumulating strength, ready to strike with all his strength. No one can do this distance, and Eli is absolutely impossible. React to. Go to hell. Wellington looked at Eli resentfully, accumulating more and more power. In the passage of illusion, Zisha was still puzzled and continued to observe. But soon, he found that there seemed to be abnormal wriggling in the throat of the shadow dragon, and the sharp claws were slightly bent, as if preparing for something. Wrong. Seen through? Wellington. The psychedelic butterfly's voice suddenly came out. But it was already too late, the scorpion tail had already thrust out, and its speed had reached its peak. Go to hell. No. Zisha trembled, and saw the huge shadow dragon flash as if he had expected it, and the scorpion tail passed by, but a dragon claw had already grabbed the scorpion tail and pulled it violently. The huge body of the manticore he was pulled right in front of Eli. The next moment, there was a huge roar, and a huge shadow beam of light spewed out from the dragon's mouth. The manticore's head was instantly submerged in the shadows, and the ground trembled even more. A deep pit of unknown depth appeared, accompanied by cracked ground around it. With this as the center, huge cracks moved towards spread around, a few kilometers. As for the body of the manticore, it disappeared slowly. The psychedelic butterfly hiding in the hallway of the illusion trembled. Sure enough, Eli hadn't been hit by her illusion from the beginning to the end. Of course, this was not something that frightened him, but the power that Eli had erupted just now had surpassed the stage of the morning star, or even the bright moon, may have reached the sun. Sunday. The Zisha man was dumbfounded. Such strength is impossible even for a force at the level of Manticore. This is already the top combat power in the western regions. Run! At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind. But in the next second, a shadow entered from the passage of the illusion, followed by a huge dragon head. Looking at her with silver eyes, she felt a force of illusion stronger than her illusion force to tear it apart, the illusion she created. I found you, little butterfly. The voice came, and she saw the shadow dragon stepping in. Zisha looked desperate. She slowly transformed into a human form, and asked bitterly, "Can you tell me what kind of blood power this is before I die?" "Sure." A few seconds later, Zisha's eyes widened, and then a shadow passed by, and her body slowly melted from her feet up. She glanced at Eli for the last time, and her eyes were full of understanding. So it's just the sorcerer's witchcraft that can do this? It's really scary. Yo-Yo's voice came, and the next second, her head disappeared into the shadows. So far, 2 Nebula-level warlocks died. Chapter 357. Accompanied by Zisha died. The surrounding illusions were also completely lifted, and Eli also lifted the bloodline body. This time, it was also the first time he broke out with all his strength, and it was also a test of his own strength. I don't know what happened to Hydra and Nicholas. Eli looked at the 2 battlefields not far away. This time, he alone is indeed enough, but he still wants to see the strength of this undead synthetic beast. After all, there are some things that cannot be obtained only by laboratory data, and in fact, he has also tried to use some things to enhance his strength over the years. Their strength. Nicholas is the witchcraft of the undead system, and Hydra is the wizard technology. Nikolai Battlefield. The gigantic mountain giant swung his long stick to disperse countless undead around him, but there were more undead in his eyes, submerging him like an ocean, and among the undead, from time to time there were undead witchcraft attacks towards him, but all blocked by him. Damn mouse, get out of here! The mountain giant shouted, when I catch you, you will die. I'll see how much you can prepare for such a huge soul consumption. If it weren't for the entanglement of these undead, he would have killed Nicholas. Although Nicholas' method is indeed different from the regular undead, so what? Relying on these undead alone can't cause any harm to him, and he is at the star level, how could he lose? Suppressing a large number of undead again, he suddenly saw the undead in front of him suddenly disperse, and a bigger undead appeared. Why don't you run away, can't you? The mountain giant looked at Nicholas with a cruel smile. No, it's time to end. Nicholas shook his head, and he slowly picked up a staff, which was eliminated by Eli before. Waving the staff, the mountain giant suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Looking down, there were fragments of undead that had been crushed before in every gap in the body. In a gap. What is this? The mountain giant warlock was shocked and angry. The fragments of the undead you killed. Nicholas calmly looked at the mountain giant warlock and said, magicians have a very important rule, which is to leverage more power with the least amount of power. Now, please experience my new witchcraft, necromancy soul bomb. Nicholas waved his staff, and in the next second, the countless soul fragments on the mountain giant's body began to shine. It was dark at first, and after a few seconds, it was even as bright as the sun. No. The mountain giant warlock instinctively felt bad. Boom. In the next second, countless soul bombs detonated in an instant, and the power of the detonated souls gathered together, causing the surrounding soul fragments to explode and resonate. The aftermath of the undead even spread several kilometers nearby, and the weak creatures around them even directly shattered and died. And the mountain giant also fell to the ground with a crash, turning into its original appearance and losing its life wave. Nicola wins. Hydra battlefield. The huge blazing lion was entwined by Hydra, but countless flames erupted, constantly destroying Hydra's body. How many seconds can you last? Blazing Lion Warlock's face was grim. Just wait for him to break free, then Hydra will be dead, and just such an entanglement attack will not have much effect on him. But in the next second, he only felt that the entanglement was much weaker. When he looked down, he saw Hydra's body suddenly turned into 4 big snakes, entwining his body. Stupid! Blazing Lion Warlock cursed in his heart, isn't splitting up at this time courting death? But in the next second, the 4 entangled giant snakes began to rotate at the same time, respectively in the surroundings, and then opened their mouths. And in each mouth, there is a huge energy core, which are flames, ice, shadows, and strong winds. This is nothing, but the Blazing Lion Warlock saw complex lines engraved on each core. This is the wizard's wizard rune. He felt bad. In the next second, the 4 cores turned into a hole, and a huge witch formation directly covered the 2 of them, and then they were enveloped by a burst of 4-color light. After a few seconds, the light dissipated. Hydra's huge body appeared, and the corpse of the Blazing Lion Warlock lay beside him. Hydra wins. The battle is over. Hydra and Nicholas each dragged the corpses of 2 warlocks and flew towards Eli. Not bad. Eli nodded. Nicholas and Hydra have only been promoted for less than 10 years, and they actually defeated 2-star level warlocks, which is very good. It's thanks to my lord. When I was building this witchcraft, my lord helped me a lot. Without my lord, I didn't even have this system. Nicholas smiled. He was telling the truth, and indeed Eli had helped him a lot. Your own effort is also indispensable. Eli smiled. Hydra on the side also came over intimately, his witch formation was branded by Eli. Maybe in the future you can try to use the witch formation yourself. Eli said. Then he said to Nicholas, go and search for the things of several people, and these warlocks just died, you can swallow their souls as a supplement, and give the flesh and blood to Hydra, he was injured kind of serious. Under Eli's order, Nicholas quickly devoured the souls of the 4 people, and the soul power quickly replenished, and there was still a lot of excess. I believe he will make some progress after fully absorbing it, and Hydra's injuries have also been healed. Recovery, but the strength has not increased much. Unlike Nicholas who can become stronger by swallowing his soul, Hydra's advancement requires a large number of current elemental items, that is, swallowing qualified wind attribute items can be improved, so this is what Eli needs to prepare in the future. During this period of time, Eli also got the space rings of several people. After some inspection, there are a lot of things, but almost none of them are usable. There is only one skin of an unknown 4-ring monster, because it has the attribute of wind element, and it can be refined into a witch weapon with the previous feathers. After solving everything, Nicholas and Hydra entered the secret realm, while Eli headed for the airship. 1 up. Oscar and Alita leaned over. The grounding of the airship also shocked the 2 of them before, and then they sensed a terrifying fluctuation not far away. And Eli was not in the room, so it was hard not to associate the 2 of them. My lord, what happened? The 2 asked. It's all right, go out and test the witchcraft, let's go on. After finishing speaking, Eli returned to the room. Oscar and Alita looked at each other in blank dismay. After a few seconds, Oscar said, since your lord said it is a test of witchcraft, then it is a test of witchcraft, let's go on. He also left directly, leaving only Alida. The terrifying movement just now appeared in Alida's mind, and she felt the terrifying fluctuation tens of kilometers away. Is this test witchcraft? Don't dare to ask, don't dare to ask. Soon, Alida also returned to the room. The airship started to drive normally and left the area at high speed. Just half a day after Eli left. With the sun rising slightly, a giant eagle flew towards this side in the distance, and a woman sat on it, wearing a black veil and a black warlock robe, dignified and elegant, looking like an elegant queen. She is Liliana's teacher, Lobelia, a Huito-level warlock, and after communicating with Liliana, she also felt that Eli was a good match, so she came to look for her. Hey! Suddenly, she looked not far away, knocked on the giant eagle under her body and said, "Go there." The giant eagle flew quickly and came to the unknown place she designated. When she got there, she looked down and was instantly stunned. The ground under the giant eagle has been completely destroyed for several miles, several mountains have been pierced, and some have been flattened. The ground is full of fallen trees, and even many trees have become black, the vitality is completely gone. The most outrageous thing is the central area, a 100-meter deep pit. Although the area is not large, the cracks spreading from it are several kilometers long. What happened here? Lobelia was at a loss. She carefully sensed the breath here. It seems that there are 7 spirit-level breaths. No, there seem to be more, the breaths are not equal, and there are also inhumans. She was a little confused, and these breaths were very fresh, which meant that this happened within 3 days. Looks like there's a big scuffle here. No, according to the time, Eli's airship might pass by here at this time, could it be? Lobelia sucked in a sharp breath of air. No way. Her heart was beating fast, her full chest was heaving up and down, and the waves were turbulent. And if she wants to verify this, she needs to go to Eli to verify it. What is the composition of this sub-tower? Lobelia regained her composure. A few seconds later, the giant eagle sped up and left here, chasing after the Eli airship. Chapter 358. In the sky, the speed of the giant eagle was extremely fast. After half a day, Lobelia arrived in a city. Arriving at the local charming mansion, passing through Yingyi and Jianyan's reception hall and colorful corridors, she entered a dark room with only a very old woman in the room. Behind her and on both sides were piled up lots of letters and documents. Seeing that Lobelia was coming, the woman immediately stood up and said, "Hello, my lord. When did the 3 airships pass here?" Lobelia asked. "My lord, 5 hours ago." After the woman finished speaking, she added, "If your lord wants to catch up with them, you'd better change to another means of transportation. Their airship is very fast." Lobelia understood what the woman meant. That is, her giant eagle cannot catch up with the airship. The giant eagle in the late stage of the 3rd ring can't catch up with the airship. Are the wizard's alchemy products so powerful? The corners of her mouth twitched, and her full chest and abdomen rose and fell again. But this giant eagle with 3 rings was already the fastest moving tool she could find. It seems that we can only wait for the landing, I hope there is still time. Lobelia turned and left the room. After Lobelia left, the woman sat down again. The side door opened, and a large number of envelopes were put in again, and the woman took one casually. Open. The negotiations between the Manticore family and the Amina family have concluded, and they have obtained the right to develop the Green Land. The internal meeting will launch an attack on the Bloodline Tower in 10 days. Looking at the message, the woman's expression froze obviously. Master Lobelia should be interested, but it's a pity that she left a step early, but she should know the next city. The woman put away the letter, and the door not far away was closed again. 8 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Manticore family finally discovered that Wellington was missing. In a tall wizard tower. Jer, the current head of the Manticore family, sits in the center, with the true spirits of the Manticore family sitting on both sides. At this moment, he frowned, and asked everyone, "Is there no news from Wellington yet?" Everyone was silent for a few seconds, and after a few seconds, a true spirit said, "Patriarch, we know from Wellington's men that he disappeared half a month ago, and it is said that he went to see Warlock Lyrias that day." The true spirits of the 3 families, the Halma Warlock Academy, the Quicksilver family, and all of them disappeared after that. And Wellington, the true spirit of the Lyrias Warlock family, and the Harma Warlock Academy did not leave a bloodline soul lamp in the family, but the true spirit of the Mercury House did, and the soul lamp was 9 days ago. Off, we were negotiating with the Amina family at the time, so we didn't pay attention. Is that so? Jerry frowned, and asked again, does anyone know where he went? Several people disappeared after leaving. It seems that Wellington deliberately concealed his tracks and news, otherwise we wouldn't have found out so late. The warlock complained. Jerry was silent. Hiding his tracks by himself, disappearing? What can this do? My lord, could it be that he found some good ruins and went to explore them? Wellington also disappeared for a month before doing this. At this time, a warlock suddenly said. Indeed, this kind of thing has happened before. A warlock also nodded in agreement. Hearing several people speak at the same time, Jer also wondered if this was the case. After all, if one of them died in the secret realm, it was indeed possible. As for the matter of the branch, she didn't even think about it. They have dealt with quite a few branches during this time, but most of them are very weak. Except for a few branches, they are okay, but they don't take them too seriously. So Wellington's disappearance is probably due to other reasons. Jer thought for 5 minutes before he slowly said, Wellington is a nebula-level warlock, so it shouldn't be a big problem, so let's ignore him for now, let's talk about the Bloodline Tower. Some time ago, the base camp of the Tower of Blood was undergoing apprenticeship trials, and accidentally opened a valley near the main tower, called the Land of Greenery, which is extremely rich in wood elements, and there are a lot of high-level magic plants from the wizarding era in it, which is of great benefit. After negotiating with the Amina family and exchanging interests, we will hand over the area of the Mercury House to the Amina family, and then the territory of our Bloodline House. Of course, we need to do it ourselves, but the Amina family will not intervene. What do you guys think? Jerry finished the story in one breath. My lord, I've always had a question. Suddenly, a warlock looked at Jer, and Jer looked over. The warlock straightened his voice, and then said, My lord, the House of Mercury is also an important territory for us, and some of the resources produced in it are also very useful to us. For a green land, we have paid so much. It won't be too motivating. Hearing this question, Jerry frowned, shook his head and said, No, I have thought about it carefully. After saying this, he stopped talking. Warlock faintly felt that something was wrong, but he didn't ask any more. After that, no one else asked any more questions, and Jerry said, in this case, 2 days later, the warlocks of Huiyu Changing Moon Warlock Jialan, Microstar Warlock Arona, and Star Warlock Via will lead the warlocks to the bloodline. The main tower of the tower. He turned his head to look at the woman beside him, and said, Galan, I'll leave it to you. Okay. The woman nodded. In fact, it is enough to send a few morning stars. Maybe she was sent because she was afraid of accidents. Okay, that's it for now, the meeting is adjourned. Jerry got up straight away. Everyone got up and left. In the blue sky, the 3 airships were flying at a speed exceeding the normal 3 rings, leaving 3 tracks in the air. In the frontmost airship, Eli, Alida, and Oscar are talking. Master Eli, in 2 days, we should arrive at the Tower of Blood, and we will even enter the area of the Tower of Blood. Oscar said to Eli while holding the map. Yet. Eli glanced at the map, and it was indeed very close. But you shouldn't be looking for me for this matter. Eli asked. A few minutes ago Oscar and Alida suddenly came to visit Eli. My lord, I just thought of one thing, and I think it is necessary to implement it. Oscar said. Oh? What's the matter? Eli asked. My lord, as we are getting closer and closer to the Tower of Bloodline, but we don't know anything about the current situation of the main tower, I think we should send someone to investigate first, otherwise there will inevitably be problems. Oscar suggested. Reconnaissance? Eli rubbed his chin. Although he wasn't afraid of the manticore, he did get closer to scout. The necessary caution cannot be lost. Then have you figured out who will go? Eli asked. My lord, let me go. At this time, Alida who was on the side said, I am originally from the main tower, and it will be convenient for communication when I go back, and I am more familiar with the terrain. Okay. Eli nodded. Then have you figured out how to go back? Eli turned to look at Alida. She came to the west coast in a flying monster, but they didn't bring it with her at this time. Ah, here. Alida was obviously taken aback, she didn't expect Eli to ask such a question. Hey, let Hydra go with you. He is fast and good at shadow power. He is very concealed and enough to protect you. Eli stretched out his hand, and a small snake slowly crawled out of his cuff, and then it climbed directly onto Alida's shoulders. Okay, thank you sir. Alida felt the weight on her shoulders and took a deep breath. During this period of time, she also knew that the third true spirit from the bloodline tower was this little snake, Eli's pet. Then I will retire, my lord. In this way, Alida left the room with Hydra, and Oscar also left. After an hour, a giant snake left the airship and flew towards the distance, faster than the airship. And Alida is directing the direction from above. Chapter 359. In the dark night, a giant snake was wandering in the moonlight in the sky, surrounded by countless shadows to hide their tracks, and a person was lying on it. Alida carefully came to the side of the giant snake and looked at the ground. At this moment, they were flying over a plain. Cross the plain, and then pass through a surrounding forest, which is the city of blood in the Tower of Blood, my lord, go straight ahead. Alida carefully directed Hydra. Hydra under him neighed, speeding up. It's finally here. Alida was also very excited, and her mood was agitated. She had been away from home for almost 2 years. Suddenly, she looked ahead, and there seemed to be small black dots in the darkness of the night. Alida took a serious look and saw that they were large grey and white birds hovering above the forest. Seeing the big bird, Alida's expression changed. She had seen this kind of big bird before, and it was a creature used by the manticore family for scouting. Since this kind of bird appeared in the forest, it means that this place has been surrounded by the manticore family. Maybe there are people in the forest below. She looked down, and although she couldn't see anything clearly among the dense forests, he could faintly see the flames, only a few, that is, she could only see them at such a high altitude. Along the flames, he saw a large number of warlocks, although can't see clearly, but there is no doubt that it is a warlock of the manticore family. Alida's eyes widened. Could it be that Manticore is ready to attack? She seems to have come back a bit late, mainly because the west coast is too far away. Damn it, Grandpa, you must be fine. Alida gritted her teeth. In fact, the Four Seasons garden came that day, and she didn't finish telling her story. In fact, the reason why she came to the west coast was not because she was in trouble, but because she was forcibly sent to the west coast, just because she had another identity, that is, the current bloodline. The only true necromancer in the tower is his grandfather. Her parents had died since she was a child, and her grandpa had been taking care of her before. As soon as this change happened, she was sent on a mission to find a sub-tower on the west coast, to find a sub-tower that might not even exist. The purpose is self-evident, it is to send her away from the chaotic core. She actually understood it, but she couldn't accept it in her heart. But in the end she was sent to the west coast, and then who would have thought to see that outrageous branch? With Lord Eli around, there is still hope. Alida took a deep breath and regained her composure. My lord, stop for a moment, she said to Hydra. One of Hydra turned her head and looked at Alida suspiciously, as if asking what was wrong. My lord, the sky in front of me seems to be surrounded. Alida reminded. After hearing this, Hydra also looked forward, saw the birds, and turned her eyes. Although Hydra is a synthetic beast, his intelligence is not low. He turned his head and nodded towards Alida. What's the meaning? Alida blinked her eyes, and in the next second, Hydra opened her mouth suddenly, and endless shadows rushed towards Alida. Ah! Alida exclaimed, and was swallowed by Hydra. Hydra, who devoured Alida, blinked, then descended rapidly, shrinking her body. When it landed on the ground, it was only a dozen centimeters long, and its breath was close to nothing. After blinking, it crawled towards the distant forest. Soon Hydra entered the forest. Indeed, as Alida observed, a lot of warlocks had gathered in the forest at this time, and they were hiding in the forest, fully armed. Hydra, on the other hand, crawled towards it like a normal little snake, and no one paid attention to it along the way. After half an hour, Hydra finally crossed the forest. Once out of the forest, there is a large area of mountains not far away, but in front of the mountains, there is a huge city. The city was built on the back of the mountains, strewn up and down, and upwards layer by layer. Inside were spears, among which there were high walls dividing the interior. The outermost layer was a tall grey city wall, which was 100 meters high. Beyond the wall is a large plain. There are countless low-rise buildings on the plain, and there are some demons in the middle of it. This is the Tower of Bloodline. The Tower of Bloodline in the main city. Of course, this is not all. The mountain range behind the city is also the area of the Tower of Blood, and this time the land of greenery was discovered in it. Of course, Hydra couldn't see it yet, but when he got here, his mouth slowly opened wide, and a person was spit out while wriggling. Hoo-hoo! As soon as she came out, Alita lay down on the ground and took a few deep breaths, her heart beating even faster. She was suddenly swallowed by Hydra just now, and then she felt that she had merged into a darkness, and countless shadows were crawling around, and the power contained in it could easily kill her, and she didn't even dare to breathe easily, holding back her breath. All the way. She looked up to see where she was. City of Blood. She looked up and opened her mouth wide. Already through the forest? It's wrong to blame Hydra. But when she turned her head to look, she found that Hydra had climbed directly towards her trouser legs, all the way up, and then entered the inner pocket of the warlock robe, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep, as if the task had been completed. Thank you, my lord. Alita took a deep breath, then stood up, looking towards the City of Blood in the distance. Finally home. She ran quickly towards the distant city, and was stopped before she had taken a few steps. Those who stopped her were 3 patrolling warlocks. In fact, the entire Bloodline Tower was on full alert at this time. Who are you? The patrolling warlock stopped Alita and asked cautiously. At this time, the Bloodline Tower has banned going out, so it is rare for any outsider to appear. Take me to see Golan Clinton. Alita said directly to the warlock without any stage fright. You want to see Lord True Spirit? Warlock frowned. Golan Clinton is the only true spirit in the current Bloodline Tower. You are Miss Alita. At this time, the warlock beside him seemed to recognize Alita, with a surprised expression on his face. Alita. Another warlock also widened his eyes. They had heard the name before, the only descendant of Lord Golan. This is my identification card. Alita took out a token, and when they saw the token, they were no longer in doubt. My lord, I'll report right away. A warlock immediately ran towards the city. As for Alita, she followed the other 2 towards the City of Blood. Soon, they came to the gate of the city. A female sorceress was already waiting, wearing grey warlock leather armor and carrying a big sword behind her back, looking heroic, but looking at Alita who had returned, she just sighed deeply. Alita, you shouldn't have come back. Long time no see, Margot. Alita smiled. The person who came was his grandfather's student. I came back this time with reinforcements. Chapter 360. The center of the City of Bloodlines is also the tallest building. A conference room. The dim light illuminated the faces of more than a dozen people. Everyone's faces were full of ugly and depressed faces. No one moved or made any sound, except for 1 or 2 coughs occasionally. What's the matter, are you all scared? At this time, a voice came, and everyone followed it. An old man at the head of the table spoke up. His hair and beard are grizzled, his face looks very old, his pupils are rare blue, he wears a silver hoop, and he is wearing a large warlock robe. It was him who made the sound just now. Lord Goring, stop joking. Now we are surrounded by the Manticore family, and it will not take a few days to launch an attack. A warlock sighed. Indeed, the Manticore family is too powerful, how could we be opponents? Another warlock also said with a frustrated expression. Otherwise we will give them the green land. Boom. The table was slapped suddenly. Goring looked at the crowd, and the aura of the real spirit suddenly erupted, and everyone's breathing was stagnant. He looked around, and then said, the Amina family has given up on us, but if we give up too, then everything will be over. We can give them the green land, but as far as I know, the Amina family has already handed over the area of Mercury House, so do you think they might agree to the condition of only the green land? As soon as the voice fell, everyone stopped talking. They knew very well that Goring was right. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and Goring asked after a few seconds, by the way, have all the sub-towers been summoned this time? At this time, a warlock said, my lord, our branches in various places have basically been summoned, so this time, a total of 10 out of the Bloodline Tower area returned 8, and 4 out of the range returned 1. Who didn't come back? Asked Goring. My lord, those who didn't come back basically refused to come back after hearing the news, and chose to wait and see. Warlock said. Goring took a deep breath, concealing the anger in his heart, and said, how many people came back from Fenta, and what is the specific situation? My lord, I don't know much about this, but the basic divisions are all good and bad. Basically, there are a few third rings and a dozen second rings or less. Warlock looked up at Goring and found that his face was a bit dark, so quickly added, however, my lord still has 3 branches with good strength, and they are all here. The warlock looked back and winked, and the 3 warlocks stood up immediately. All 3 are men, one of them is tall, one looks low and a little wretched, and the last one is a thin man. Master Goring, I am from the Bloody City branch within the Tower of Blood. This time, there are 10 third rings, 30 second rings, and 50 first rings. There are also a large number of apprentices. Warlock rode. Goring nodded. The Bloody City is the closest to the Bloodline Tower, and its strength has always been good. There are quite a few people who came back this time. My lord, I'm from the Yole Mountains branch. This time I brought back 15 third rings, 40 second rings, and 100 first rings. The wretched warlock laughed. Goring was even more satisfied. The Yole Mountains said that the Bloodline Tower is a resource collection place, and the resources are quite rich, so it naturally became the most powerful branch of the Bloodline Tower. My lord, I am from the Silver Moon Forest branch. This time there are only 10 third rings, 15 second rings, and 50 first rings. The skinny man seemed a little embarrassed. Not bad. Goring agreed, because this was the only one who came back from the sub-tower outside the range of the Bloodline Tower. I'm very glad that you are back. We will definitely win. Goring said something that he didn't even believe. At this time, the door suddenly opened, and a sorceress walked in. It was Margot. She came to Goring and spoke to Goring in a low voice. What, you said that Alida is back? Goring said suddenly, his eyes full of surprise. The other people present raised their brows when they heard the name. After all, he is the only descendant of Goring, so everyone naturally knows him. Everyone also knew that Alida had already been sent away to a branch that might not exist at all. They didn't say anything, because all the high-level people present at the Bloodline Tower knew that they might not be able to survive this time, so most of them sent away some of their descendants. This Goring also allowed it, in order to preserve the future of the Bloodline Tower. But everyone is very surprised, come back at this time, isn't that courting death? Where is Alida? Goring also looked at Mark at this time and asked. At this moment, the door opened again, and Alida came in, and said to Goring, Grandpa. Looking at the familiar person and hearing the familiar voice, Goring covered his face with his hands. Alida, you shouldn't have come back. Goring said the same thing with complicated eyes. I finished the task, so I came back naturally. Alida said, looking at Goring. Goring? What task? It took a few seconds for him to be uncertain. You mean the West Coast sub-tower is still there? Alida. CO authoring you is really just to get me away, it's too much. Forget it, come back as soon as you come back, it seems to be fate. Goring sighed deeply again. From the beginning to the end, he didn't ask about the West Coast sub-tower, obviously he didn't care. Everyone, today's discussion is over for the time being, let's adjourn the meeting first. Goring stood up and said to everyone. Everyone nodded, and then left one after another. When that wretched warlock passed by, he even gave Alida a look with a half-smile in his eyes. After several people left, only Alida and Goring were left in the room, and Margot also left. Alida, you have lost weight. It seems that you have suffered a lot during this journey. Goring came to Alida and patted her head. Grandpa. Alida seemed a little dissatisfied with this. Ha 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 ha, Alida is no longer a child. Goring smiled all over his face, his wrinkles melted away, and the worries of the past few days seemed to disappear. Alida also couldn't get angry in front of this familiar face. How is it? Is my little Alida going to the West Coast well? Goring sat back in his seat and asked. It didn't go well, but fortunately, the result is good. Alida smiled. Hey, it seems that the West Coast is still too close. Goring muttered in a low voice. But Alida didn't seem to notice this. Grandpa, you don't know, I went to the West Coast branch this time, and they are amazing. Alida was interrupted by Goring before she finished asking, what about them? Still on the way. Alida replied, and continued, Grandpa, they are really powerful, you don't know they have. Boom. The door suddenly opened, and Margot walked in, and said to Goring, My lord, the manticores seemed to have reached the outer forest. What? Goring stood up abruptly, then looked at Alida and said, Alida, you go to rest first, I need to discuss it. After speaking, he left without looking back. I'm sorry to interrupt your conversation with your grandpa, but we don't have time. Margot apologized and turned to leave. In the huge conference room, Alida was left alone in the blink of an eye. Alida bit her lip. Neither Grandpa nor Margot or anyone else took her affairs to heart at all. Or looked down on the west coast. But Lord Eli is really strong. Alida pursed her lips and said in a low voice. Then he walked out of the room. As soon as she passed a corner, she saw a wretched-looking warlock. Miss Alida. Warlock smiled at Alida, but it made her feel uncomfortable. You are. Alida frowned. She saw this person just now, but she hadn't. I'm the person in charge of one of the branches. I just saw that the young lady is very beautiful. Would you be interested in going for a drink? The warlock's eyes shone with greed. No. Alida shook her head and refused, then turned and left. A man's voice came from behind. Miss, not all branch towers are called branch towers. The ones with one or two true spirits can only be called strongholds. The ones on the west coast that have not been contacted for hundreds of years are not worthy of strongholds. Alida turned her head, her eyes filled with anger. Miss, you shouldn't have come back. Warlock laughed like a mouse. Looking forward to the next meeting with Miss. I hope you don't reject me next time. Also, your figure is very good. Alida didn't expect Warlock to be so frivolous, and the aura belonging to the second ring broke out, but was suppressed by another aura. The wretched Warlock is a 3-ring Warlock. Hey! Warlock smiled and left. Boom! In the next second, he knelt down on the ground instantly. The Warlock looked confused, and then saw Alida coming to him, slapped him directly, and then left directly. The Warlock was stunned, he just fell down suddenly for no reason. He looked at the back of Alida going away, burning with anger, and the coldness in his eyes was more than before. Thank you, Lord Hydra. On the other side, Alida, who was walking around a corner, took a deep breath and thanked her pocket. It was Hydra who did it just now. Hydra in his pocket just closed his eyes silently, this was the task entrusted to him by the Master, and at the same time a message was sent to Alida. The Master will be here soon.